Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas on Tuesday, May the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, a little bit early. A couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, thank you, guys. And somebody in YouTube. So, welcome. Yes, welcome to day 2 of the Great Meme Stock Rally 2024 edition. Kudos to William. So, guys, what I've done here is I've created, if you want, I put the link in here or in the room, high short interest. So basically, what I'm looking at are stocks that have high short interest, minimum of 15%. You can see it goes down there, down to 15.75 right there. I didn't really put a low float in, okay, because some of these have got fairly large floats. So I decided not to put a low float. It's actually 1 billion. I mean, so you're going to catch all these ones that are really ripping on the high short float percent, being dragged along in, well, call it the meme stock rally. They're all being dragged along. Now, SPWR actually had some other news for it, coupled with the fact that it's got the high short float. Of course, with the tariffs, your government putting tariffs on Chinese solar stocks or solar components, I suppose. So SPWR certainly is benefiting from that. So let's take a look at, well, I mean, it's going to hard to look at anything else today other than these memers. So we've got GME, of course, and AMC leading the way. Don't forget about KOSS, KOSS. This was one that was a little bit more whippy yesterday than the other ones. You can see how it's sold off, but it is up there now also. But really, you wanted to, just pay attention to these high short flow and interest stocks today. Beyond Meat, another one. I mean, Beyond Meat, my goodness. I mean, they're losing money, hand over fist now. Doesn't matter. So none of this is fundamentally driven, of course. So there's BYND. So as the headline says, shares of meme stocks and high short interest stocks are trading higher after the roaring kitty made a return to social media. Okay, so that's the excitement. And again, we're in day 2 of it. Most of these I cannot short. Now you don't see GME here because it, believe it or not, it has over, well, not believe it or not, it's over 1 billion. And AMC probably the same thing. You're not going to see AMC and unless I raised the float, or not the float, but the market cap. Actually, that's wrong. Why are you not showing up here? Just give me a moment. Oh, there is AMC. I'm sorry, I just didn't see it. So AMC is down here. GME, take a look at GME. Yeah, something is stopping GME from showing up here in the in that scan. But what we're really trying to look, oh, I know why. Stocks prices between 2 and 50. Okay, let's make it 100. Okay, there we go. So there's GME right there. Now, why is it on, I've sorted on the short float percent. Okay. So there's Holo, Maxon. Maxon, of course, is a EV play also, or a solar play, sorry, a solar play also. So benefiting from, the high short float interest plus the tariffs. Now, there are other things happening. Just give me a moment here. I just have to find my list. So on the way down, AUGX, AUGX. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, sorry, guys, this is an earnings play. So AUGX is an earnings play. Again, hard to concentrate on anything else other than these memers today, but there will be other things happening. And I will be watching my next distance to the, the distance of the next high. I'll be watching that one once I get that loaded. Plug. Now, Plug actually had some news, high float, short float, like a high short float also, but it also had some news. Winning a $1.66 billion conditional loan guarantee. RBC, let's see, what are they done? Target of 350, big deal. Okay. SYRA, it was up here. There you are, 43%. SYRA. This has some news that it is a company has subcontracts for Luke on a 10-year, $43 billion Defense Health Agency contract. So that's a very eye-catching headline, of course. How much it means actually to CIRA, I don't know. Even BlackBerry joining the fray here. BlackBerry joining the fray through the 200-day moving average. And Reddit, RDDT. I'm actually surprised that Reddit is not doing a lot better. I mean, look at that float, the short float percent. Well, it still has a high short float percent, but that's a float, 28 million. Not V, guys. NOTV, no TV. This is an earnings play. This is, I think, an all-time low. Yeah, not quite an all-time low for NOTV. It's an earnings play. And Tupperware was active again yesterday and active again today. All right. Anybody in YouTube? I just want to make sure you guys in YouTube can hear me. Maybe just see the screen and hear me. Okay. Thank you, Torty. I know I said I'd be on at 9:10, but able to get on a little bit earlier today. So again, let's take a look at these short floats. So there's Holo, short float percents, Holo, Beyond Meat. Now on the way down actually is SOUN. So anything in orange is negative right now. Negative. Mara is negative. What's happening? Yeah. So Bitcoin is Bitcoin is softening a bit today. So I didn't really look at the market, but I guess some PPI number or people, so some one of those things came out, and at one point we had a big giant red candle down, but it's completely recovered. So we do have some things happening economically today. Let me just take a look at that economic calendar that I posted in. So yeah, so that was the producer price index, the PPI. So we've got Cook. So we have some. We've got actually we got Powell talking too. So at 9:10, so in about 2 minutes, we've got one of the Fed presidents talking, and that's Cook. At 10 o'clock, we've got a speech from Powell. Later on at 8:15, that doesn't matter. One of the other 8:15, as in evening. It doesn't really matter. This guy Schmidt is talking, another one of the Fed presidents. So we've got Cook at 9:10. Let's see if he has any effect on the market. But of course, Powell's speaking at 10 o'clock. So that could have an effect on the market, more than likely. Here's another one, guys. I mean, Upstart is another one with a high short float interest. Okay, another one. So again, if you just want to concentrate on those, this is a pretty simple top list that I put together. I could look at it as in the tree map format, but problem is I don't want to have three of these going right now. That's not so bad. It might have an effect on my system. So in this case, I actually prefer to see it as a top list, just at a glance. All right, well, let's take a closer look at GME and where it is with respect to its VWAP. So 61.48, so it's way above the VWAP. Now there is an orange, there's the 10 SMA, using pre-market data right here. There's the 10 SMA. So it is trying to hold the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And AMC, let's take a look at AMC, probably doing about the same thing, yes. Wow. I don't think a lot of people would have thought that AMC could get through that 200-day moving average anytime soon when it was here. Not sure I mentioned this one. I think I did mention this one. AUG, yeah, of course, it's for front and center, the one that's down the most. AUGX, this is an earnings play. Probably some other earnings plays here. I think Akaya, AKY, is an earnings play. But again, it's going to be hard to concentrate on anything else other than these high short float percents, the memers. That's what I wanted to do. I want to look at AMC and where is it with respect to the VWAP? So 1019, so well above the VWAP also. I think space is another one. Somebody's put in space. I think space is another one on that list. I may be wrong. I don't see space. Maybe it's certainly a high short float percent. And something is blocking space from showing up here. I could have sworn I saw it earlier. All right, let's take a look. 30%. So it should be in this area right here, 30% short float. It is obviously plenty of volume. The float is 378 million while I upped it to 1 billion. So probably an asteroid. Yeah, well. There we go. 2 and 100. There's always a reason. So this is under $2. Okay, I'm not going to change it. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see, the market is going to be mildly positive to open. So let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. My computer's probably going to go a little crazy. All right, so what you're seeing here, so look at energy, guys. So energy is weak. XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. And 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 85% means. There's nothing really. I was hoping maybe we'd find one that's a real outlier, but not really. It's OKE is up 0.48%. So, of course, retail, GameStop is right here, front and center. Can't even see the rest of them. Just looking to see if there's any outlier. Again, something that, for instance, this would have been awesome. Maybe if you had seen OKE up 4% with the rest of their sector being down or its sector being down, but just not seeing anything that's a real outlier. So again, as we speak, energy is weak, okay? As we speak, energy is the weakest sector right now. Doesn't mean that's going to maintain once the market opens, but as we speak, energy is the weakest sector. All right, guys, AMC is inching its way up. GME is inching its way up. Pre-market high for GME was $80. So that's like $320, guys. Pre that, I mentioned that 40 yesterday would have been a pretty significant number to get to. Well, it got to it because that's where it was approximately $160 when they did their 1-for-4 forward split. Okay, so that would have meant the equivalency of 40. So when it got up here, that would have been the equivalent of $320. I think 400. Was it 400 or so? Wasn't that about the high? I am wrong. 484 was the high. 484. Again, this is forward split adjusted, okay, because the high right there is $120. So say 480. So 480 is that was the high. So right now, so remember that number 480 was the high. So when it got up to 80, that was like 320. Guys, costs. Yeah, there may have been something in the pre-market green trades, but yeah, 480 was the high before they did their forward split. Their 1-for-4. Well, according to the chart, anyway. There may have been something in the pre-market, but it's like market high. Yeah, about 480. Now, our Reddit, RDDT is forming, I think, a red bar ignored, I think. Forming. Yeah, so it's forming a red bar ignored right here. Okay, we've got the uptrend. We've got that red bar on the 15-minute chart, if you can see my chart. Totally engulfed by the previous 15, or yeah, totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. And then the trend continues. Now its high, of course, after it did its IPO was 75 approximately. Yeah, still no shorts available for me for GME. I don't think anyway. Let's take a look. Nope. AMC, there were, and then there weren't, and then there were none. And of course, I'm only talking about Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's my broker. AMC had shorts yesterday, not a lot, but they'd come and go. I don't think I ever saw shorts for GME at Interactive Brokers, which probably a good thing. All right, guys, I'm going to get to my layout that I will use once the market opens. All right, so this looks very much the same as the pre-market actives up. This one right here, the relative strength leaders from the close, whereas I'm sharing this. All right, now let's see if there's anything else sneaking in here that we didn't see. Again, so SunPower, MAXN, Nova, these are all solar related, being helped by the tariffs and the fact that, of course, they've got high short floats. And Beyond Meat definitely being helped. Sunrun, another one, of course, at RUN, another one being helped. Short flow percent, right sector. Yeah, Tup's in there. Tupperware's in there. It was another one that ran yesterday through the 200-day moving average. I'm surprised, a little surprised that this one hasn't run a lot more. I mean, I already had an insane run, but it doesn't have a high short floor percent or anything, but it's such a low float. It did the crazy 3 days ago, and it's basically been holding up in the area. It was an earnings play, and that's the SEZL. I just have this thumbnail, that's why I see it. Yeah, plug still is strong. Just broke through 5 now. There's plug 71% up. Just very impressive with 914 million in the float. That is super impressive to be up 75%. So I wonder what this really means. They received a $1.666 billion conditional loan guarantee. I'd really have to read what this all means, but I don't have the time. Anyway, eye-catching headline to say the least. And a high short flow percent. Yeah, with the GME, I mean, you got to obviously goes without saying, you got to be careful. At one point, remember, this was up to 80 and then it got all the way back down to 55. So, anything can happen. AMC is actually performing a little bit better, isn't it? It's continuing to move a little bit higher. A new one just entered. I saw this one. Look at CTNT, guys. CTNT announces pricing of $8 million or $8 million public offering, and it popped on this CTNT, guys. You can see how it just showed up here, right at the very top on this move. Well, I have no idea. Wait a minute. They're a 13.2 million share offering at 62 cents a share, and it's doing this. Something's crazy. I don't know if there's any other news on this one. I don't see any other news on this one regarding Cheetah, CTNT. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. A share doing an offering at 62 cents a share, and the stock pops to 640. It's not a high short for a percent, so it's probably not caught up, and it's a low float. Well, Yeah, that seems very, very wacky. I keep looking to see if there's another headline that's going to show up, some ginormous contract or something, but I just don't see it. All I see is the share offering at 62 cents a share. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute to the open. Let's start to have a great trading day today. Memers beware, memers delight. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I don't know. I may make an exception today. But I'm definitely going to be watching the distance of the next high and low. Nothing in it yet, of course. Market hasn't opened. And I'll go over this later. If you want to have something like this, you have to be able to create a custom formula. All right, guys, we have about 3 seconds, 2, 1. All right, seatbelts, let's go. Let's see what's going to happen this morning right off the bat. Oh man, things are coming at me fast and furiously. Oh my, oh my, oh am I, not oh my, but oh am I. All right, so this has got some room. Yeah. Now the 200-day moving average is at 20, so it's got to get through that. If it can get through that, 23.75 had earnings, I guess, on this day back here, got hit down on earnings. All right, now there's that CTNT right back up, guys. I don't know. I'd be really careful. 2.5 million in the float. The headline just seems kind of crazy, but I guess you just got to trade what we see. GME is, I guess, halted on the way down. LVTX halted on the way down. SCPX halted. I said, wow, super cheap, 8-cent stock. Yeah, I know what you mean, Dwayne. My again, just getting alert after alert after alert. All right, here's a short. Here's a one that didn't really see this morning. ABR, guys, ABR, another high short 4%, 42%. Holo's moving also, guys. HOLO, another high short 4%. Cost is on the move, but man, oh man, it is a choppy one. It's very hard for me anyway to try to trade this one until it settles down. I mean, it's very choppy. Look how it's not so much up down. It's the topping tails and the bottoming tails. So it all depends. If you took it, where you're going to put your stop. It's very volatile. Okay, guys, this STNE is an earnings. Sorry, yeah, it's an earnings play. It's gapping down, coming right into the 200-day moving average. STNE coming right into the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Missed this one. But it's a little early, but TMCI. This this showed up on the $2 to the next high, and this is a cheap one. Look at this, 1141. The alert happened at 514. All right, Plug's giving it up. I've been talking about this one for a bit, guys. The OKLO. It was started trading as OKLO on Friday. This is this Sam Altman SPAC that turned into OKLO. Had some news yesterday. I still have an alert set at the high of the day of 2 days ago. Man, okay, look at Marvel, guys, here. MRVL. Now, this is, again, showing up on that distance, $2 at least, distance to the next low. It's not an earnings play. All right, I didn't see this one, but this is a big earnings play, guys. ALC, maybe the volume wasn't high or something, but ALC, a big gap up on earnings. Trying to fade a bit here. ALC. All right, now GME, pretty critical level, I think. It's a couple of bottoming tails in the pre-market, right here. So around that 55 level. Let's see if it can hold that. This was last week's trade of the week. I know it triggered. I'm not sure it. Anyway, this is last week's trade of the week, SMR. High short float. And on the move here, guys. Had earnings, I believe. Yeah, had earnings. No, this was from yesterday, the CCLD from yesterday. So it just took out yesterday's high. Care Cloud, CCLD, took out yesterday's high now. Wow, look at Shopify, guys. Now here's another one in which the next low is more than $2 away. Now that's on a weekly chart, $45. So look at Shopify here, SHOP. I'm just waiting for that first 15 minutes. Look at Roku, guys. Roku, again, the next high looking left is 65. So it's about $2 away. Wow, Novavax, guys. Novavax has now taken out yesterday's high. Had the big news on Friday. And then just really, really moved well yesterday. Moving well again today. Novavax, NVAX. Yeah, so STNE, it looks, I don't know, there's could be some support. Well, look at it, it's still hovering around that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I do see that CTNT is moving also. Well, it's right here. How can you miss it? So this is pre-market. Remember, this is the pre-market. That's a 9:15, 15-minute candle. Got up to 647. Let's take a look at Shady's Sierra. I don't, way down here. Not way down, but it's 21% now. All right, now Bion has turned around. BYON had the big pop up here, and now it's turned around. Oh, it's CTNT. My goodness. Now AMC just got halted on the way down, I guess. Cost resumed. That was halted probably. I can't look at this one, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, what an ugly looking 15-minute chart. Forgot, guys. Well, if you have our AI, okay, if you have our AI, our premium service, this is all I would do to look at our AI. We have some alerts right now. Okay, click on new, and then in the middle here, premium AI strategy trades window. That's all I would do. Forgot to mention that in the pre-market. You don't get any alerts until at least 9:40, and I see 3 came in. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. Okay, guys, FSLY, very interested in this one. Look at the room it's got. Had earnings, I guess, on this day. Look at the room it's got, FSLY. Okay, this is showing up, showing up. Again, I'll go over this later, but showing up right there on the distance to the next high. It's just hanging tough at 9. I don't think there's any news on this one specifically. I think it had earnings. Yeah, May 1st. So that was the yeah, this was the reaction to earnings, guys. Okay, that was the reaction on this on May the 1st, on May the 2nd, actually, because remember they released after hours on May the 1st. So this was the reaction. Whoa, GME halted on the downside also. Yeah. Well, it broke down through that level. So you know what's having a good day is GL, guys. I mean, It's still super resilient. Big move here. Decent volume coming in. Okay, now iRobot. The problem now, again, we've got to be a little careful with these high short floats, okay? Because you never know when somebody somewhere is going to get a hold of something like this, because it looks like an interesting short now. But meanwhile, the overall market, this is what the overall market is doing. So the SPY is so far positive. We've got the Dow up, we've got the Nas up, SPY's up. Wow, CTNT halted on the way up. Unbelievable. Well, I'm biding my time, guys, on the FSLY. Here's one, man. Oh man, it's got to be. It's hard. I'm trying to concentrate on a few things, but look at the ZK, 2801 on the short. 20 got down to 2679. Yeah, the TMCI. I mean that showed up at 514, right at 930. So that's what I'm talking about right here. I might have to tighten up the filters, okay? Because I don't want. I'm getting too many. I might have to tighten up the filters a bit. So now this is halted again on the way down. Okay, GME halted again on the way down. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. There is a trade of the week. Yeah, I just can't remember what it is. Somebody will know. I don't. I don't think so. Draw. Is that your prediction? The 200-day. I have the 200-day moving average at 1520. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. WGS was the trade of the week. I have the 200-day moving average for GME at 1520. Yeah, he talks at 10 o'clock, right? Yeah, Powell's talking at 10 o'clock. So obviously he's going to have some effect on the market. How much of an effect? We don't know yet. All right, W, here's another one, okay? W is another one that has a lot of room when you look left. All right, guys, I'm just kind of I'm going back through some of the early ones that I had from that distance to the next high. Okay. All right, guys. So here's your CTNT taking a bit of a header now after it resumed. Long GME. Well, let's take, I mean, GME looks like it's trying to settle a little bit here. A little bottoming tail, 45. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to settle. The volume is still pretty strong. Maybe a break of 50 could get it going again. Did it hold any moving average? Certainly not. It's certainly way below the 10 SMA. The VWAP is at 60.15, so it's still below all that. All right, with this one, this FSLY, I will put a price alert, in this area, 907. See if it happens later on. Waited on it, but I really love it. I mean, look at the room it's got. Yeah, you're right, GME. Well, again, if it takes out 50, that could get it running again. AMC though is still pretty weak. It's not. There's no green can unless it's. Is it still halted? No, okay. Just resumed. AMC just resumed. So let's see if it does the same sort of thing that GME did. Gets halted to the upside with a big pop. Boy, I did not take this one. This was on our the combo scan too. Well, originally at in the 10-day daily breakdown at 243. Again, I'm sharing all these scans. I will go over them in a bit, but 243 is a potential short. Yeah, so AMC got halted also on a little pop up, mimicking GME. Ah, man, the ABR kept moving, guys. The ABR kept moving. I mentioned this one. I don't know, right back here. This was on that You know what? I can't remember what scan it was on now. There's a gap up and go though. It's not an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Short float. That's where I saw it. It was on the short float percent right here. I don't have this on my homepage, but if you want it, I can give it to you. High short interest. Excuse me. It is sorted on the high short float. What I actually should do, for me, the way I like to see things, is I want to add the position in position in days range. Show the column, and I sort on that column. So that tells me the stocks that are near the high of the day. Okay. So there's CRK. Well, let's bring it up and see the 9:55 plus 47 seconds. Yeah, so we're at 30 seconds now. So you're right. Yeah, about 17 seconds from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. Now, excuse me, no big clue. Okay, now this blue screen you see here, I got to be quick, is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. And there it goes. Okay, just broke through 50, guys. Just broke through 50. Nicely done, Kiri. Nicely done, Kiri. Now let's see if AMC does the same sort of thing when it opens. Oh, it did open. No, it's halted. I'm sorry, it's still halted. So AMC is still halted. I don't have the halt here because it happened too quickly. All right. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, FSLY is okay. It just triggered. I just got my price alert for FSLY. Okay, guys, another high short float is big, BIG, and it is through the 200-day moving average right there. Okay, BIG. Short float is 27%. Low float too, pretty low float, 28 million. Now the problem could be 562 is the next high looking left. All right, I'm with you on the FSLY now. Excuse me. If it breaks down through 9, I'm out. Yeah, and GME is halted on the way up again. Yeah, big is right at that 200-day moving average, or it just, yeah, it's right at it. But also it is the next high looking left is very close. Okay, it's pretty close anyway. Next high looking left is looks like around 562. Yeah. So come on, Fusely, move. You know, look at the room it's got. No, nobody's saying it's going to get up to 1336, but remember now, this is what this scan looks for. Okay, you get an alert, and the only way you get an alert, other filters have to be satisfied, of course. But when you get the alert, you have to be able to look left and see at least $2 to the next high. Okay, and of course, no problem there. Next high is at 1338. Get the alert. I think the first alert happened in 9. And it's not, I mean, it's 10% short float. It's not wrapped up in the rest of these. Because I don't think it is. So this one was super strong yesterday. That showed up in that scan also. Now this is a solar play. So what's happening with solar SPWR? Are they sort of, yeah? So they're all giving not all necessarily, but they're giving them up. They're not maintaining. Yeah, go FSLY. Now I have no idea where it's going. Because there's no chart resistance. Boy, this reminds me a little bit like that BYON. Yeah, no, it wasn't BYON. It was another one. Was it EPOF or something like that? It was XPOF. 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 Reminds me a lot of the XPOF from yesterday. It did a very, very similar thing. They're not linked at all. It's just that, pattern wise. All right. I'm just scanning through some of the ones that popped into that scan to see if anything is moving. All right, I guess GME is open now. I think it opened a little bit lower, right? Did GME open a little bit lower? Maybe not. 55.69. Yeah, so it opened a little bit lower. Let's see if it takes out 57 again. Yeah, big is, didn't care about that 200-day moving average. This is an AI alert. You can see it's an AI alert. There's the alert price, 492 and 555 now. That is a 12.7% move right now. All right, guys, I'm just scanning through some of these ones again that showed up early. How's the VST doing? No, it did not drop. All right. Well, this one might have some room. Big Five Sporting Goods, BGFV. The next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like that's about 407. So we're at 401 now, 407. If it can take that out on the weekly chart, the next high is 473. So there is some room. It's not an earnings play. Another high short float percent, over 15%. Okay, OMI. Now this is man, it's got room. OMI's got room, guys. OMI has got some room. You look left, and the next high is around 24. So we're at 2064 here. Now, 10 o'clock. Is it 10 o'clock? It is 10:07. So Powell is talking, I guess. So far, no big effect. So far, no big effect on the market. Anybody listening? Now, I'm still, with these, I'm still testing them. Okay. In terms of when I say testing, my risk is not what it would normally be in terms of the amount I'd be risking on a trade. Look at it. But OMI, guys, OMI. All I'm waiting now is to see if that bid can catch up to the ask a little bit. Okay. FSLY still just made not a new high. Yeah. Almost a new high. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at PSTG now. PSTG. Can't see where the next high is on the daily chart, but there's a weekly high. So it could easily be up here. Oh, am I? Not bad at all. I mean, I've taken most of it off in case it doesn't get through 21. But so again, this is what I'm talking about, guys. OMI 2052. Okay. That was the alert. We had the alert for Fuseli at 9:01. Yeah. So this one is showing up also. Okay. TRMD. I'd like to see, I just don't know where that next high is, but it is at least $2 away. Well, if you were in the room yesterday, Z, I am really trying to concentrate on this scan called distance to the next high low. Okay. And when Fuseli showed up on it, okay, at 9:40, my eyes opened because, of course, when you look left, there's the next high way up here at 1336. So this is just trying to find stocks that have at least a $2 gap to the next high. Okay, but it's using a custom formula. And it's where I found the OMI. The OMI happened right there at 2052. So it got up to, I'm out most of it in case it cannot get through that 23, but you can see what it's looking for. It will not show me anything unless the next high is at least $2 away, or the next low if I'm looking to short. How was my entry? Well, I waited a bit to see it because when we got the alert at 9:01, it actually dipped down below. What did it do? See, it dipped down below to 890, and then when I got back over 9 is when I took it. Just clearing all of this. You just look left, clearing all of this, but this is the attraction right up here. I'm testing all this. See the TRMD, I'm intrigued by it. It's the alert is at 3808. I don't know how much room it's got. I can't see. Maybe have to look at a monthly chart. Yeah, I can't. No idea where that next high is. Is OMI a spinoff? Let's see what it's called. Owens and Minor. I don't think so. I mean, I know Owen. Oh, maybe. No, wait a minute. Maybe. What do they do? Healthcare solutions? I don't know. I mean, Owens Corning doesn't seem to be in the same, unless they spun something off completely. I don't think so. This company was founded in 1882. I don't think so. I don't think it's got anything to do with Owens Corning. There, GLW. Thank you, William. I didn't think so, but you never know. Now I know ONON was somewhere here. It's a high short float. Where are you? Wow, so many now. Here's another one on the move, guys. Excuse me, LASL. Okay, so it's possible that this one could be a sleeper. NBIN. It's possible. Okay. You see the gap down today. There's the next high looking left, way up there, of course. It is showing up on that scan, 43.25. So I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to stick an alert around 43.42 and see if it at some point during the day it comes back. You can see this does not trade very much. 560,000 shares. That is 56 times normal up to this time of day. So that could be the issue. Okay, it's very low float too for a $50 stock, $43 stock, 13.8 million in the float. Super low float. I think GME. Here's if it can take this out right there, that 56 level right there, that's the high of the previous 15-minute candle. It could get rocking again. What's the volume doing? So the volume. So there's the biggest volume bar of the day was the 945 one. So let's see the volume. The volume has to maintain. So I don't know what he's saying, but he's not saying much to move the markets anyway. Powell's talking at 10 o'clock. He must still be talking. I think he's taking questions too. So not doing much to move the market yet. Just as I'm talking. So there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. The SPY may be hard to see, but that yellow line there, that is a 10 SMA. And so let's see if that holds. All right, Upstart, UPST now. Now the issue I've got with it, yeah, the 200-day moving average is too close. It is showing up on that scan, but the 200-day moving average is right above it, and that could block it from moving higher. Otherwise, it does have the $2 to the next high, but again, the 200-day moving average. I'm out of everything now, guys. I'm out of the Fuseli. I'm out of the OMI. Seeing a lot of gap up and reversals, especially in the solars. The solars, big gap ups and now reversals. All right, guys. So it's 10:19. So I think what I'll do now is go over the information you can have on my homepage. Now, one of the scans that is not on my homepage in the scan section is this. You can have this if you want it. This is just a very, very simple high short interest grid in the grid format. I think I'd prefer it in grid format in this particular case, because what I want to do, is I want to be able to see the stocks that are near the high of the day. Okay, that's how I've sorted it. So you can have this if you want it. It's super simple. You just have to let me know. Now, let me take a look at my home page, or let you see my home page. As I'm watching to see if GME takes out that 56 level. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, oops, not that. Yeah, so unfortunately that code has expired, okay? So if you do want to take out a subscription, it'll be Barry 25, okay? Barry 25, not Barry 25. I'm sorry, not Barry. It'll be Barry 15, not Barry 25, all right? That'll get you 15% off. As I said, that code, I thought it was going to expire last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, so hopefully you took advantage of it. And so again, Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, I'd really appreciate it if you use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. When you use my code, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that'll help to keep the room free, okay? Ooh, looking at GME, and I'm looking at AMC now, weakening a bit. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. This is a software program. There is a learning curve to it. What we've tried to do here, 10 short videos, okay, going over all the major aspects. Obviously, at the very beginning, your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? So that's the first thing you should do if you do take out a subscription. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is for you. It's a series of videos that I think can be very beneficial if you're brand new to trading or just getting into trading. And that was put on, the series of videos was created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, who incidentally will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today's Tuesday. I'll have to confirm that, but Tuesday is his day, but I have to confirm that. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section is here. A lot of information in our guide. I think it's really well laid out by sections. So here's the getting started again. Excuse me. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. If you want to find out more about stock racing, you hear me. I use price alerts all the time. Okay. Want to know how to create a watch list or a symbol list? It's right here. Put a sound alert on your alert window right here. So most of the major sections you will be able to find. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. Okay. Ask. If I can help you, I will. Here's the Getting Started series again. So the daily support. So as I said before, Michael Noss will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I do take a break Monday to Friday between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. So again, because today's Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss, but I will confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael if it is Michael today. If it's not Michael, somebody else will be there. All right, my scans. If you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, center section, click here. Okay. And here are the scans that I am currently sharing. All right. This relative strength leaders that you see right here. This is what it is. I've abbreviated it. I know this says from the close, but so it's just a bit of an abbreviation. The combo scan that I really do like, but I'm not paying any attention to it right now. I'm really trying to figure out a way to trade this scan. Okay, this distance to the next high and low. But I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. There's the halts resumes is over here. A normal option activity, the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. So you can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. All right, so we have a question in our YouTube room. That's something I probably will not be able to answer. It's not happening to me. Now I'm on what am I on now? Help and about. I'm always on a development version, so I'm on I'm on 5.6.90. So what I would do via Perry is I'll give you go to my homepage. Okay, click on my homepage link. Okay, and when you do that, you'll see the need help, and just ask that question. Chat. I'm sorry. Click on ask and then chat. Okay, and ask the question and see if that's something that we're aware of in that 588, and maybe they'll give you another build. They'll give you a link to go back if you want. Okay. I don't have that issue, so I cannot duplicate it. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, so I'm keeping an eye on now. I may get back into the Fusely if it holds in this area well, and especially if the market does this. I'm not saying that Fusely is going to have to do exactly what the market's doing, but it can't hurt. Okay, I know it's not Fusely. I know it's Fastly. Okay, I do know it's Fastly in case you're wondering. So I will put an alert up in this area here, 926, and see if it gets up there again. And with a pattern that I might like. So let me go over, we always have new people in the rooms. And when I say rooms, there's a YouTube room and there's what I call the main trading room. Both hear me and see my screen. If you're looking for a lot more action, you might want to come into the main trading room for those of you who are on YouTube and you don't know there is what I call a main trading room. It just there are more traders in there. There's more interaction amongst the traders. It's fine to stay on YouTube, if you don't care about having too much interaction. But if you do, there's a link for the trading room, okay? What I call the main trading room. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. A lot of programs out there that claim to be scanners. I think they're mainly just screeners, okay? And I'll explain what I mean by that. So this is an alert window. If I right click on it and I click on configure, and click on that summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen for stocks, okay? This is the screening aspect of that alert window. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. So say 10:30 Eastern time right now. Okay, it is time of day sensitive. Here's the volume, 100,000. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Oh, there we go. There's the Fusely. Okay, give me a moment. Just give me one moment. Okay. All right, back in. Now, so if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing STTK. And what time is it right now? See, it's 10:30 right now. So the last time all these filter values were met and the stock made a new high for the day was at 10:26 plus 23 seconds for STTK. Okay. So we are, I mean, that's what we're really, so we're really, really, really good at real-time alerting. Now, I'm just waiting. I'm stalling to see if we get another one while you can see the screen. Okay, well, but that's how it works. Now, if you want to build your own scan, well, first of all, if you want this scan, I have it on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make any adjustments to any of the scans that I am currently sharing, you can. In other words, maybe you don't want that price range. Maybe you want a completely different price range. Maybe there we go. So, okay, GSL just made a new high, meeting all these filter requirements, made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. So again, you can make adjustments to the scan if you want. Otherwise, you can have it as it is. It's on my homepage. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. I click on search this time, and right at the very top, you see the new high and the new low of the day. All of these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons that we have. So again, I say this every single day, but it's always worth repeating. I think you do not have to learn them all. We have a lot of real-time alerts. And when I get down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Again, you do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. And with thousands of customers, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the vast majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, I personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me. Doesn't mean all these are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about. And I only use a handful of the filters. Again, doesn't mean the rest of them that I don't use are bad. It just means it doesn't meet my trading style, or I don't need them for my trading style. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment here. I just want to get rid of this and move this over. Is there a difference between setting an alert and sending a Windows specific marker? So are you talking about setting an alert on a chart, a price alert on a chart? If that's so yeah, I mean, you saw I'd set a price alert for FSLY at I think 926. So I'll do it again. So So that, okay, so that is setting a price alert right on the chart. Okay, as opposed to these are real-time alerts. There's nothing to do with setting a price alert on a chart. These are just, stocks that are meeting all the filter requirements and making a new high of the day. This has nothing to do with that. This is just setting a price alert on a chart in an area that where you might want to be interested. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, just tell me. I'll try to re-explain it. Oh, okay. So you're not talking about putting a price alert on a chart. You're talking about, so what is your question then exactly? Is there a difference between setting an alert and setting a window specific marker? A window specific marker. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, this is, again, I'll go over the scan. This is just a scan with these filter values right here. So all these filter values have to be met. And in this particular case, if the stock makes a new high for the day, I'll see it. Okay, I will see it. Now, so I'm not sure what you mean by a window specific marker. Oh, I see. Sure. So you can take, I mean, you can take my scan as an example and you can say, you know what, I don't care about it, the stock being up 2% from the previous close, but I do care about having an RSI value. Is that what you mean? I mean, you can, of course, adjust any scan that I've got. I was saying before, I mean, if you don't like that price range, when you build a scan from scratch, you can start to add, maybe this is going to answer your question. If I click on new and then alert window, okay, and then I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. So now I've got nothing in here. If I click on the summary, I've got nothing in here. So now here's the idea. You'll start building a scan. Now it has to be something that, so most of the, like for instance, volume, okay? You mentioned volume. So you can always click on search and then you can click on, and then you can just type in volume and you'll see what we have for volume. Okay, you'll see what we have for volume. So I like high volume on its own. To me, it means nothing. Okay, I mean, if I said a stock, yeah, high relative volume, exactly. So let me, maybe this will explain it too. So I'm an intraday trader. Okay, so my goal every single day is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So when I look at CTNT, I mean, there's only one way this can be up 237%. Well, there's a couple of ways. Number one, the float, okay, 2.5 million in the float. But look at the relative volume, okay, 369 times normal. Okay, that is, so it's not so much that the volume, I mean, if I said to you, wow, that stock is trading 15 million shares today, I could, if you said to me a stock is trading 15 million shares today, I could say, well, so is that abnormal? I mean, maybe it trades 15 million shares most days. So the whole idea, if you're going to be an intraday trader, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So I really consider that the number one filter to use is that relative volume. And the relative volume looks at the time of day. Okay. So it's time of day sensitive. So up to 1038 today, on average, this is trading 371 times what it has normally done up to 1038 today. Okay. So when you build a scan, if you're trying to intraday trade, I would absolutely be using the relative volume filter. Now, what number you're going to put, you can experiment. I usually, most of them are at least 3 for me. Some are higher. If you want to limit the number, If you want to limit the number of alerts you get, you use a higher number. That'll certainly cut down. But when you build your own scan from scratch, typically like an alert window, typically you might have a price range you want, you might have a minimum volume, because so I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a window specific filter. A filter is a filter is a filter. Maybe I'm just not quite understanding. I mean, if I want to create an alert window, and again, maybe I'll start again. Start from scratch, load the settings. So now when I want to create an alert window from scratch, obviously I have to have an idea. Yeah, right there. When I see what you mean. Yeah, well, that's how you start. That's how you start. That's how you add the filter, really. I mean, the search just allows you to find out, well, do we have something? Do we have something? What do we have for RSI? Let's just say you wanted to add the RSI. Okay. Well, you might want to start off with in the search. Well, what do we have for RSI? And then that is basically the window specific filter right there for RSIs. That makes sense? It's the same, exactly. It's the same. It's just that instead of having to scroll all through all this, and I could go on the more to wonder, do we have something? I always start. Well, I don't do it now, but I mean, at the beginning when 2010 when I bought the program, sure, I'd have to click on the search. I want to see, well, instead of having to scroll through a whole bunch of stuff to see whether or not they've got it. So it is the same, yes. And you'll see that, when you're like, a lot of the common ones will be at the top. I think most people will usually want to have a price range. Again, that relative volume, probably want to have a minimum volume. Because what if you had if you just use relative volume and you put it at 5, well, what if a stock only trades normally 10,000 shares? Now it's trading, say, 50,000, big deal. Well, when you say select the filter, now it's up to you to put a price range in, okay? Now it's up to you to put a relative volume in. And, you might have to experiment with that. Maybe a minimum volume that you want to see, at least a minimum volume, okay? But, don't get hung up on how many all these we have. You should, when you start off with a scan, you should have an idea about what you're trying to find. Yeah, what are you trying to accomplish? So, I mean, here, this is why I have this one right here, because this tells me front and center all day long the stocks that are trading abnormally. I really don't have to do anything. I can just look at these and I know that they are trading abnormally. Do I use other scans? Yes. But if I were starting out, I could probably just stare at this all day long. Now, you still have to have an idea how to trade. And that's why we have that trading 101. Doesn't look good right now for GameStop guys. GME doesn't look that good right now. There's Shady's Syra, SYRA. So I don't know if he's still talking. It's 10:43. I don't know how long he was going to talk, but yeah, we're getting a big red bar now in the SPY. So if you are in something that kind of tracks the SPY, obviously be careful. Oh, Michael Storm, I see. Okay, what is the cylinder score? I have to dig it up. I haven't looked at this for a long time. I think it's mainly. Let me just bring this up. I think you're talking about this at the bottom, right? This, you're talking about this? Talking to Michael Storm in our YouTube room. Something that looks like this. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's just sort of in this particular case for XLE, the ETF for the main ETF for energy, it's just telling you that 69% of the stocks that make up XLE are below the close of yesterday. Okay, in this particular case. Okay, you can set it up, in different ways in order to show you maybe if you wanted to see the stocks that were up from the open today. But this one is based on the change from the close of yesterday. Okay, but that's what the cylinder. It's just sort of. I mean, I suppose it has some appeal. I have it down here at the beginning. When I'm showing this before the market opens, just to give a bit of an idea about what stocks, what sectors are strong and weak. But that's all it is. But you can set it up. I mean, right now, this is just telling me 69% of the stocks are below yesterday's close, but I could have set it up to show how many are above the open, how many are making new 5-minute highs, all sorts of different ways. But that's all it is. Okay. All right, guys. Well, with the market doing what it's doing, I'm a little reluctant now to go long too many things. I'm going to hang on to the FSLY just for a little bit longer. It's a little underneath where I bought it, but I don't know if it's being really affected by the market, but halts again, guys. MTC, this is a super active window today. MTC just got halted. Now, is this the first halt for MTC? This is how I could play this one. Might not get the opportunity though. So this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol, but it is MTC. It's halted at 702. This column here gives a glimpse of what could happen when it opens. If you're unfamiliar with halts, typically they are 5 minutes long, and they get halted because of it's called a volatility halt, up too fast. So computer program kicks in, halts it for usually 5 minutes, and then it resumes. So now see how this is, again, this column here, this price that you see here is not fixed, obviously. It'll change over the course of the 5 minutes. So sometimes what I do, it got halted at 702, all right? If it opens and say it opens, right at 702 and drops down, even if it opens a little bit above, maybe it opens at 710 and then it comes down through 702, maybe gets into 690 or something, and then it pops through that halt price again. That is sometimes when I'll take a trade. Okay, sometimes. Only on the first time, only on the first halt though. but I may not get the opportunity because if it opens at 725 and runs, well, I'm not chasing it. Only if it can somehow, drop down below that halt price. And I don't mean like going down to 6 or something, but just, maybe 690 or something, and then pops through that halt price again. And again, this is not a recommendation to do what I do. If I do it, okay, I'm just trying to tell people that's what I do, what I can do. Oh, is it the second halt? Okay, well then all bets are off. Thank you, Sam. It's only on the first halt. I see it down here. You're right. Okay. All right, just checking some of the AI alerts. It's been because it's been all over the place today because of what's happening with the meme stocks, really. So a lot of them are being dragged down now. And as opposed to yesterday in this distance from the next high to low scan, what I'm seeing today is a lot of choppiness because, for instance, UPST showed up as a potential long. Now it's a potential short. So, I mean, it's sort of reacting with the market. Yesterday it was a lot smoother. The market really didn't have that much effect on any of those. But I'm just seeing that today there seems to be a more of an effect because of what's happening right now. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the big follow through today. A lot of, well, on the long side anyway, just seeing because of maybe what the market's doing. A lot of these stocks are just kind of following the market now because, I had an alert for Roblox right here, and you can see why. I mean, look at the gap to the next high. One moment, please. Back in a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, well, the Fuseli is still hanging in there. FSLY still hanging in there. Okay, trader, sure, you can get that. Well, you can build it yourself. All you really need is the custom formula, okay? So let me get the custom formula for you. I'll show you the filters that I'm using. It's no big deal, but let me get the custom formula for you. Talking to Trader TJ in our main room. Just give me a moment. Just got to find it. Okay, so here is the formula to use, okay? So you say you know how to make a custom formula, so there is the formula to use. And I'll put that in the YouTube room too. Anybody who knows how to make a custom formula. Son of a gun. I can't post on YouTube right now. I got that stupid error message, so just give me a moment. But I'll just flash this on here. So this is all I'm doing. I mean, nothing fancy. Once you've got that custom formula. So again, you can pick the price range you want. I'm going between 1 and 100. I put the current volume at least 1, okay? I know I said, and I may even up it, okay? Depending on, I'm getting too many alerts perhaps. So 300,000 shares. Again, this is all customizable by you. Up or down 2% from yesterday's close. Just do it like this. 2% minimum. Change from the close to -2 if you want. If you want. You can put whatever number you want in. I'm just talking in general. And then I'm just using the new high and the new low of the day as my triggers. Okay. And I'm using once you create your custom formula, I'm using 2. So what I want to see is stocks at least $2 away when I look left on a daily chart. Okay. That's what it'll tell me. Now, as I said yesterday, I mean, if you're looking at stocks, if your price range for this is say between 1 and 10, I probably wouldn't use $2. I might use 50 cents. So it all really depends on the price range. Okay. Now, just give me a moment. I have to fix YouTube so I can post. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get back so I can post in YouTube. I think I've done it. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Now, PSTG showed up earlier in that. Now, the other thing I've done also is I have said don't repeat for 30 minutes. You don't have to, but if you don't do something like that, you'll get over and over and over. This will be really full. Again, I may have to make some adjustments so I don't get so many. I've got the relative volume here. I can see what the relative volume is. Do I want to up it to, I don't know, 3 maybe or something to get rid of some of these smaller ones? But this is still in test phase. Okay. But I was really, really happy to see what happened yesterday with it. All right, guys. Time is it right now? 11 o'clock. So, yeah, about an hour. I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm Michael will be spelling me in YouTube, in the YouTube room. All right, guys. So I see that GME just popped over 50 again. I have an alert set around $56, I think. Yeah, around $56 to see if it takes it out. Meanwhile, the market is now recovering from that red bar. You probably meant AMC. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you meant AMC draw. Well, I remember Pure Storage when it was a $20 stock. PSTG. Now, Victoria's Secret, that was another one that had a tremendous run yesterday from that scan. Yeah, look what it did. Look what it did, guys. So we would have had the alert right here at 2063 from that scan. And before it pulled back, it got up to 22. So from 2063 to 22, nice move before it pulled back. And it is still moving. I mean, and look left. Now, I don't know if that's the next high in the daily chart, but I do know that it's at least $2 away. Okay, here's another one, guys. COHR. You look left and look at all the room it's got to the next high, $61 at 56 right now. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. PAC B, PACB. Take a look at this. Another another one. Lots of room. This is not from that scan, but look at all the room it's got. Looking left, Pack B, PACB. All right. What happened to MTC when it opened? Got pretty ugly, actually. It looked like when it opened, it got up to 711, and then it got way down here to 640. So pretty ugly. Yeah, that's the whole idea of that scan, Ital Trader. The whole idea, it'll always show a stock, always show at least $2 to the next high. Well, if you tell me that you know how to make a custom formula, Ital Trader, then you'll make my day. Ah. Well, I'll direct you to our user guide, okay? Okay, give me a moment. So, first of all, let me put my homepage link in, and I'll show you the reference, okay? I'll go over it, but you should have a reference. So, if you click on my homepage link, so click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the education section. Click here, education section, and then the user guide. And where it says custom formulas, okay? So this is how you create a custom formula. And basically, it'll look something like this. What I will give you the formula to use, okay? That's the key to it all, really. I'll give you the formula to use, and I'll show you kind of what it looks like when you can go to the user guide and all, but I'll show you kind of what it looks like. This is the link. Oh no, have I accidentally shut you guys down? How about now? You guys can see anything in YouTube now? Okay, good. All right. Don't know what happened. So tell trader, then the next step is to create a scan for it. Okay. Now, this is what I'm doing. Do you want to just, glance at this? I mean, because my alerts are the new high and the new low of the day. Okay. And again, this is customizable for you or anybody else listening. What I'm looking for is the price between 1 and 100. The current volume is at least 300,000 shares minimum. Okay. Up or down at least 2%. But again, this is all, this is not magic what I'm doing here. I just decided on this is what I want to see, but it could be, you don't have to do the same thing. And then what I'm using is a value of 2 in that custom formula, which will ensure that every alert that I get from here, the next high looking left will be at least $2 away. It stores it in your custom, just like a normal filter. Okay. If you scroll down, that's why I'm saying if you give it a name, like I do, I gave it distance or from whatever, so I can type in distance, and eventually I will see it. Okay. This is it. Distance at the next high low. So it becomes it becomes a filter, just like any other filter. And if you've never done one before, it'll probably start with U0. User, okay, U0, user, 0. I don't know why they started 0, but okay. So it's a filter and then you just like any other filter, you've got a min and a max box, like any other filter. And that's why I put 2 in here. It'll be completely up to you, though, how you create your alert window, the price range you want, the minimum volume that you want, all that sort of stuff. And even this, you might say, I want it to be 3, or I only trade stocks under $10. So $2 might be a little too tough. So you might say 50 cents. I'm just talking in general now, too, to anybody who is listening. I wish I could make it a lot easier. I wish I could just give the scan to everybody, but unfortunately, copying the scan and will not copy the custom formula. The custom formulas are unique to everybody's account. Okay, in our YouTube room, what about the signal? What percent do they have? Are there stats on the website with losing and winning? Okay, I'll share it, but as I understood, I'll share it and you guys load it and see what happens. You tell me what happens. So what are you talking about, Gabriella or Gabrielle? What percent do they have? Are you talking about the AI? We don't have stats like that for the AI, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about, in general, an alert window, I don't look at stats. All I want is the alerts. Okay, the AI. Yeah, we don't have stats for that. The AI is something that is, call it man and machine. Okay, the machine will give you the alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. Really, okay. Some people will trade them in a lot better fashion than others. And so it's hard to have stats. I use it like a watch list, and I check to see what sort of alerts we're getting from it. I make up my mind if I want to trade them. Okay, app. Not today, Gabrielle. APP. I don't see it. These are the AI alerts I have. I don't see app here. APP. I don't see app here. Did you shut down? Let's see. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I don't see app here. I don't know how you're getting app. These are the alerts that I see from the AI today. And there's obviously a crazy one. Plug short and long at the same time. I mean, disregard it. But neg, leeway, clover, big and tough. That's it. Okay. But again, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay. It's that there's no video that says, well, when you get this alert, this is what you should do. The only thing I say is that to uncomplicate the AI. I mean, I know we have an AI channel. Personally, I think it's too complicated. Okay. All I would do is this. I would click on new from our toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the center one, premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Okay. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. So if you take this window and then incorporate it as part of your layout, and then you load trade ideas before 9:30 anyway, this window will be blank. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. And again, how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. All right, now the COHR is looking a little more interesting, and now that it's back up to that alert price, I believe, and of course that has a ton of room, $61. Um, but again, I'm treading really lightly on these. Okay, I'm going to take it. No, it isn't. It's not on the formula sheet. It's just something that I don't know. I've had that. I've had it for years and years and years, Kevin. I don't even remember how I found it. All I know is that it works. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pep. I didn't think it was listed in the documentation. The equal P is it that is basically though looking left to see what the next high is, okay? Because you can kind of see how the formula works. Equal P minus the current price, okay? So equal now why it says ABS, of course, is because we're looking for the absolute value. So It's looking left to see where is the next high. Only if you click, of course, you have to be using a new high alert. Okay. So when you click on and you get a new high, then it's going to look left to see where is that next high on a daily chart. That's what that is telling you, that little equal P. And then it subtracts the current price. And in this case, when I'm using it as a filter, if I put 2, that means that has to be, whatever that price is looking left minus the current price has to be 2 at least. Okay. But equal P, I mean, I don't really know. Okay. Well, yeah, we're definitely famous for maple syrup, especially in Quebec, Peter. Michael, I don't know what you're talking about this one. I don't have a V5 top reversal. I don't have one. I think you had one or something and you posted it a while back, but I don't have a V5 top reversal personally. Maybe it's from somebody else, one of the other traders, but it's not from me. Oh, from you know who, by the way. I see. Okay. I got you now. I understand. Well, I don't have it, so the best way, I mean, just click on the click on the strategy, and it tells you the filters that are being used, right? And you should be able to determine what it's trying to tell you. Well, again, if you ask me, for instance, if this were one of them, and I said, well, what is this trying to tell me? What is this Momo less than 500 contracts? What is it trying to tell me? Well, I right click, and this is for any alert that you might alert scan you might get. I click on the summary. So this is what it's telling me. It's telling me to find stocks between 1 and 100. Current volume is 3, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you find a stock like this and it makes a new high for the day, I get an alert. Okay. So, I mean, that's the only way you can do it. You want to find out what a scan is telling you. Best thing to do is just go to the summary and you should be able to determine what it's trying to tell you. All right, guys. So I'm in 2 trades at this I'm still in the FSLY, not really doing much. And the cohort, the COHR is inching its way up. And probably this is the type of stock that is a little in tune with what the market is doing, COHR. Yeah, the problem with that, Kevin, I'll have to run through all this over every time there's a custom formula. If I put that in my home page, I mean, you could. Oh, I see. You mean on your own? Yeah, absolutely. But there's nothing that I can put in my home page because people will load it and they'll say, "Well, I don't understand what I'm saying." But yeah, you could do it so that you see enough room looking left when you get an alert. You could do that on any scan, really. But you see what I have to go through just trying to, get people to understand, what it means and how to create the custom form. It's not that it's hard, but it's sort of, I always call the custom formulas are advanced topics. That's why rarely do I talk about them, but in this case I sort of had to. Well, GME and AMC just kind of went to sleep, didn't they? Nothing super exciting right now with them right now. Never know what might happen later on in the day. All right, guys. I don't know where this is going, but I'm getting maybe this is the COHR. And you can see that little blue arrow there. That's telling me that's the candle in which the alert happened. Hey, not bad now. Nobody is saying it's going to come even close to the 61, but all I try to do is take one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. And one of the way I do that is making sure there's enough room to when I look left if I take the trade. CHK, let's see, take a look. Wow, another one. I mean, when you look at these, you can just see all the room. Now, there's a reason, of course, there is a reason why there's a lot of room. That's because typically they had some bad news at some point. Now, it doesn't mean all that bad news is no longer there. So we always have to keep that in mind. But that's the reason why these have, a lot of these things are going to have a lot of room to run. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. It is still, and you can see right now. Okay, so again, these are turning into kind of scalping things for me. Okay, now I don't know how much like a COHR was relying on the market, but I'm out of it now. These are just, I'm really just trying to test to see how well these things have any run in them. Would I happen to know what enable right edge padding in charts? Nope. Where are you finding that? You're really diving into a lot of this stuff, aren't you, Michael? I'm talking to Michael Storman, our YouTuber. Where do you even find that? So where do you even find that in our charts? Enable right edge padding in charts. So it's not in the properties. Select chart style. Hey, where are you even finding that? Yeah, I think you're getting a little too into the weeds, Michael. Okay, maybe just concentrate on on a few things. I mean, yeah, I understand you're an inquisitive individual, but is it going to help you trading? Okay, I've been talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I mean, there's a lot in this software. Okay, I don't. Okay, guys, ANVS now. Wow, there's now that's not showing up on that other scan, but boy, this has got a lot of room. ANVS. The volume is a little light though. All right, let's take a look at GME as it's resting here. I doubt very much this is going to stay here for the rest of the day. We'll probably have a big move, either up or down. I doubt if it's just going to stay here. Now, there's that 10 SMA. So it's just underneath that 10 SMA. That's that orange line on my 15-minute chart. Did he? What did he say, Sarah? Or you're kidding? Are you kidding? Mm. All right. No, it's a general feed, Kristen. 12. So a question in our main room is your news feed. Is that just a general feed, or can you set it up to look at certain stocks like under a certain dollar amount? No. Now, when you click on an alert, of course, that you're going to get that feed in play. But if we don't scan for news as such. The scanning it happen, or you'll see the news once you click on an alert. So it's not like you scan within the news saying, okay, find me all the stocks that were under $10 that hit the news today. No, it'd be crazy, I think, anyway, to have something like that. But I'm not calling you crazy. But I mean, this news, and I use this news mainly for things that happened in the past. Okay, not so much what's happening today. Um, if I want to be a little more current, I'm always using my Interactive Brokers headline news. Okay, this is great though if I'm looking to see what happened on previous days. I see a stock and a gap down on like 4 days ago. I can go back here and find out why. Okay, so this is an IPO. Okay, so this is I'm sure one of you guys must have mentioned that. Priced 8 million at $5 a share. So far as we speak, not a lot of enthusiasm because it's underneath the $5 IPO price. Don't know what it means at all. Enable right edge pat. Well, why don't you try it and see how it try it and see how it affects your chart. I didn't even know we had an option like that. Tools, options, charts, enable. I've got it. I've got it checked. I don't know. I don't know what it does. Let me uncheck it and see if there's any change to my chart. Oh no. Ah, that froze me up. Shoot. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know what it does. It's always been checked, I guess. Okay, good. Oh, I see. It just sort of it made the I can see that it kind of changed the look of the chart a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure what it does, Michael. Okay. Yeah, okay, it adds a space. That okay, thank you. It adds a space to the okay, right of the current candle. Okay. I was trying to see how it changed. Didn't change dramatically for me, but I guess okay, so it adds a little space to the side of the candle. Okay. All right. Well, Fusely is still hanging in there. Fastly. Okay, I'll call it Fastly. Fastly is still hanging in there. FSLY still hanging in there. But Michael, if it doesn't help you to trade, I would probably just concentrate on the things that will help you to trade in trade ideas. I mean, I boy, this GL guys, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to where it all happened. 108 is this is the day that Fuzzy Panda came out with her report, but it's getting closer and closer. It's just I mean, what a great great move off the bottom. 38, 89, and it's been pretty steady. I mean, the trend has been up. Ooh, I see AMC starting to drop, and now so is GME. So this may be starting to really get, especially the AMC. The AMC is looking weaker and weaker here. Speaking of AMC, Now it is showing up here. Okay, distance of the neck. Now, no shorts available. I think there were shorts available for GME briefly. Somebody said they were briefly available, Interactor Brokers. Well, your halt, let's see where it could open. Yeah, no big clue. I would say I would say you're going to be safe, Daniel. Okay. I would say you're going to be safe, based on this action here. But as always, have a finger on I don't know what program you've got, but your submit or your enter button or whatever, don't go away for 5 minutes. So this is a gap. Oh no, not really. I was going to say this is a gap down in reverse. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stock here. KISS, gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse for KISS, KSS. This is not an earnings play. No, earnings at the end of the month. So KSS is a gap up and reverse now through the 10 SMA. All right, guys. So Michael will be taking over for me in about 15 minutes from now. So what I'm going to do is make sure I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael while I take my break at noon Eastern. And remember, Michael is the originator of the Trading 101 that I hand out. People who are new to trading. So things have slowed down immensely from the first couple of hours, guys. I'm not getting too many new alerts now, which is fine. Okay, BHVN. Let's see what this one did. BHVN. BHVN. So I had an alert at 36.89. So it's still kind of hanging in that area. All sorts of room, of course. 41.50 or so is the next high looking left. But I'm definitely don't want the market. Good. FSLY I just heard FSLY, which means I have a sound alert on here. So that means FSLY must have just made a new high, which it did. And again, it's all about the room. This was probably the most eye-catching one I saw today. Just breaking out here and then looking left and saying, wow, look at this room. But again, there's a reason why this happened. Okay. This was an earnings play. Yeah, this was an earnings play. So, I mean, there was a reason why this happened and why we can see, potential big gap fills. So we can't sort of delude ourselves thinking it's going to get right back up here. But at least it gives us something that we don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, go, go, go. How about putting some price alerts a little bit above, induce it upwards a little bit more? Yeah, it was just too early for me to take Shady. I mean, I saw it at 9:30 TMCI, and the alert was at 5 something, 5:14, and I got up to 6. Just too early for me to take it. But this is what I don't know where you saw it on your scan, but this is where I saw TMCI. I said, "Wow, okay," but 9:30, just I can't do it. I won't do it. Can't, won't, not, will not do it. COHR coming back. I'm not in it anymore, but I see that COHR is coming back. All right, guys, 11:51. So Michael will be. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie was helping me there too. And the padding issue. So what I'm going to do now is I'll put my announcement here. Michael sometimes shows up a little bit earlier. Actually, I'll wait. Another one, high short float, guys, ASTS. So 294. So there's a little bit of room for this one. This is not coming from that scan. So again, if you want this one, this high short float interest, it's not on my homepage. Super simple to create. If you want it, I can give it to you. This is just showing you stocks that have at least 15% float, short float percent. Other filters, of course, but at least 15%. So again, this is another one. I mean, we might want to take a look at this. It probably is, market dependent. Again, it got hammered down on earnings really badly. This is our RBLX hammered down really badly, and but it's the same old thing. Look left, a lot of room, obviously. But it may stall at the 200-day moving average, which is still more than $2 away. So, I mean, there's room. There's certainly room for this one to run. It's been a bit choppy. Probably for me, I will put a price alert around 32.25 up in this area, which is basically the high of the day, and see if it takes that out in a more smooth way. And maybe the market, of course, we don't want to see the big red bars in the market. And maybe, just maybe, it can start to fill in this little void here. That's what I'll be looking at for the Roblox. Ugh, this Evo, this is a cheap one, guys. Where is this out of? Germany? Yeah, Germany. Okay, so this is a German stock. This is why you can sort of see it's a little bit gappy on the daily. And, pretty rare for a stock under $10 to have $2 to the next high, but there it is. A little $2.20 to the next high approximately. Now, BHVN, I know we were just talking about this one, BHVN. Problem I got with it is the spread can get pretty crazy. I mean, it's not great right now, 37.09, 37.24. Probably be able to get a mid fill with Interactive Brokers, but it can really widen. I remember this one. This can really widen on you, so it's a little bit risky. All right, I will now put in my announcement and just wait for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. Yeah, I'm just going to have to bypass. I mean, this could have a big rip in it, the BHVN, but I just don't like that spread. I wouldn't call it I mean, I wouldn't call it a steady climber, RDDT. Not what I'm seeing anyway. I guess it all depends on your time frame. Oops. Because I was watching it. But, I don't call this steady. I mean, it's too many bottoming tails and topping tails. And I suppose if you look down here, sure, the trend is up. But if it worked for you, great. That's it just didn't appeal to me because it was all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Oh, okay. Odd, yes. Now odd is in, yeah, no kidding. Now, why didn't you tell me to take it, Jose? Yeah, that showed up on the high short interest early on in the day. Wonder why. This is an Israeli stock. Okay, I mean it's a high short float interest. See if there's any specific news on it. You do not see any specific news on it, but you know what? I mean, this is probably one of the best ones of the day in terms of other than that little red bar right there. I mean, this has been straight up. And about a 10% move. Is it shortable? Yes, it is. 208,000 shares. So is it coming into the next high looking left? Remember that did not show up on the other scan. 43.43 is the next high looking left. So on the weekly chart. So we may get some pausing around 43. And I just heard a little pop. That means Michael Noss is in our YouTube room. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute, okay, in the main room. I'll see you guys in an hour. And now I can welcome the man himself, Michael Noss. How are you?
Good. How are things?
Well,
Moving a bit?
I'm sure that we never thought this would happen again.
Oh, I think it's going to happen a bunch. I think these 100% moves are going to until the end of time. If they're not
Well, I'm
GameStop,
talking about
then
specifically, GME and AMC.
yeah, I think if you look at my chart, you zoom out. Yes, if you're intraday trading, it looks interesting. If you zoom out, you can barely see what's happening. So,
Yeah.
I think these things are going to do this kind of all the way to zero. Um, AMC is at least already sold shares to show its hand that it can't survive as a company without selling
Right.
shares to retail. I think GameStop's next. And I think they're right to. Imagine if you were an investor to these failing companies and they have a chance to raise a bunch of money to maybe not fail at these insane prices and they don't do it. To me, that's like the real crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Now, I know you know this, Michael, but the all-time high for GME looked like around 480. Okay, that is before the forward split. So
Mm-hmm.
right now the stock is sitting at 200. Okay, compared to the 480, it had
Yep.
actually in the pre-market it actually got up to 320 compared to before it did the reverse split. So, but it doesn't. I don't know. How many more times can the apes pile into something like this right now and pop it up to like 100 again? I don't know.
Well, so I'm on. I don't know if you caught in the Slack chat. I'm actually going to be on CNBC
Oh, you
talking
are?
about this. Yeah,
Cool.
at 2:30 Eastern because they saw a video I put out and they're like, we really want someone with a measured take, and that's going to be part of it. Is that, um, we're not in the pandemic in which people are sitting around with stimulus checks and nothing to do but to gamble. I think that's part of it. I think
Hmm.
another part of it's going to be there's still crazy people that are holding this thing from the last run, and they're finally seeing their accounts turn green after 2, 3 years.
Yeah.
I think a lot of those people are going to be hitting the sell button. You saw yourself in a 80, 90% drawdown for years,
Yeah.
and one day you wake up and you go, oh man, I'm back to where I was and I'm up a little bit of money. I think you're going to get a lot of, and I think that's what's happening now. You're going to get a lot of people that are going to hit the button and say, listen, that was fun.
Now, I did see something in Slack yesterday. You were alluding to the fact that this might have been a hacked Twitter account, or do you know that? You don't know that for sure, of course, but
No, absolutely not. But
okay.
the longer that goes on, the less I believe that's true. But
Hmm.
I followed and I traded this. I think I You
Sure.
probably
Me
remember I
too.
actually did really well on the first
Oh, I
squeeze with
thought you meant right
GameStop.
now. I have traded this in the last couple of
I
days, but
I
oh no, I
haven't this
remember you
time.
did very well.
I followed the guy. I followed the kitty. We'll call him instead of his other name for for the sake of the stream. But
Right.
he was never there's a million shorts in the market and it's the
Right,
end of the
right, right.
world. He was
No,
never
you're
that.
right.
He was a
No.
deep value investor, and he's like, listen, when GameStop was at now you're probably talking to be at like $1 a share
Mhm.
after the split. He was looking at it, he was saying, listen, they have a lot of retail, and he was thinking they were just a little bit undervalued for the time, and he never wanted any of this. And then I look at the tweets now, and they're all about like war and fighting and all that kind of stuff going on, and it's
Mhm.
like I don't know. It just seems a little different to me. But I see. Maybe there we go. That might be better. I think
There
the
you go.
wrong.
I was just gonna say there's
Yeah,
something wrong with your mic. It wasn't terrible,
yeah.
but it wasn't your normal
No,
sound.
he's just grabbing my laptop mic instead of the. But yeah, so I just he the tweets are different, and he's only posting on Twitter as opposed to a bunch of other social media. So
Instead of Reddit, yeah.
the kind of going theory was, what if you had hacked this guy's account, known as the GameStop guy, and you just piled into a bunch of shares, and then put a bunch of tweets.
Ahead of time, yeah.
Yeah, and then you're selling into this massive pop, and then hopefully they never find out who hacks the account, and
Yeah.
you're running off into the sunset. So, but
Right.
the longer this goes on, the more that makes me think that if he was hacked, he would pop up on one of his other socials and say, "That's not me." Um, but if that
Or
ever occurs, this thing
or
is
if he
going
still
down
has a lot
hard.
of shares, he's going, "Oh, why am I gonna, blow the whistle on myself?"
That's a good
You
point
know?
too. I never thought of that.
You know?
I would again. The guy seemed smart, and he was never about this war with hedge funds. It was never his
Right.
thing. Um, again, maybe the whole experience changed him, and now he's like that. It certainly could be the case, but I think he's
Mhm.
going to announce. If it is him, he's going to announce that he has a hedge fund now, that he's going to look to buy undervalued securities or something. I think there's something going on.
Mhm.
Um, that will be announced in the coming days and weeks, and I think that might be whatever the sell the news event on all the meme stocks and things like that. But again, it's all just spitballing and speculation for fun, because I'm not going to buy the thing down here. The intraday chart looks awful, and it's halting every 3 seconds, and I'm certainly not going to short the thing any more than maybe a day trade if we break down under this gap. But
Mhm.
right, so there's really nothing for me to do on a name like this, other than to watch it and have a little fun.
Well, it's entertainment, there's no question. It's, incredible entertainment, and of course, it dragged a lot of the other, maybe they weren't technically meme stocks, but a lot of the, looking for the high short float percents, a lot of them were just dragged along with it yesterday because it was amazing to see, really.
Well, and that's going to be the crux of my conversation with CNBC, is that I just want to get two messages out to the public if I can. And one is, if you're in it, great, have a plan to get out so you don't hold the next Bed Bath and Beyond to zero, and understand that when these short squeezes occurs, there'll be another. It seems like a short squeeze season. You're
Mhm.
generally not best off chasing the first one that squeeze. You're generally better off doing what we do best at Trade Ideas and scanning for. You're right. What are the other heavily shorted names that could get a little pop with this, and then going after those, because then at least you got a chance to be early and not incredibly late.
Take a look at odd as an example, okay?
OD,
ODD.
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 Oh, come on. Yeah. So nice. Kind
I
of
mean,
following the same GameStop path there.
and I mean, an amazing move today, and a 22% short, 25 million in the float, Israeli stock. I don't
Hmm.
know. I don't see any news on it. Okay, so I don't
Well,
know if it's just because of what's happening with the meme stocks. I really don't know. But that one to me has been probably the best one today. when you look at how orderly it has been in terms of moving up.
Yeah, and then look at this Zim, which another 22% just made me think of it because Israeli stock
Hmm.
as a shipper. Right, this
Yeah.
one broke out of this base right here, and now it's like 6-7 days up in a row.
Hmm. Anyway, I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, you guys, you have
Okay.
fun. Have a
Okay.
good one.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I was just reading what Circle said there. Another Furu, Zach Morris. Oh yeah, he recently came back because he beat the charges. So he posted the same picture. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this was planned. Again, the only thing that makes me think that he wasn't hacked is you would imagine, unless they got everything, which is just shocking. You would imagine that he would have, he being Roaring Kitty, would have found a way to tell everyone, right? If it was me, I would be, you know, you could pick up the phone, being the name that you are, and pick up the phone and call like a CNBC or something and say, hey, I want to get on air and I want to talk about how this isn't me and I've been hacked and all of that, because uh, you know and really it's one of those things that he hasn't tweeted a single thing about GameStop, not one word, or anything that really could be perceived as, and now part of that might be because he's worried about regulators, but nothing that even could be perceived as talking about a stock market. Right? He hasn't talked about anything. So the guy could be launching like his Twitch gaming career or something, for all we know. It just shows that when things, and I think this is the big takeaway, that when things are heavily shorted, that they're kind of like Tinder. Any match can just set them ablaze. It's why one of the favorite scans that you see a lot of us use here is some sort of short squeeze scan, where we're looking for the heavily shorted names, and we're looking for those in uptrends. Right, that's the scan I have here. So if I go to, say, IBRX, this is one that's interesting to me because it's got a massive short float here, and it's in a nice uptrend. This is a pharmaceutical, so it's got all that pharmaceutical stuff going on. And then Steve has been talking a lot about this MindMed, with a 22% short float that's been going on for a while. Right, he called this as a trade of the week at 5, and it had this massive run to 12, and now it's just chilling out, just consolidating here. So I think the takeaway from this, if you're an actual trader, right, you're not someone that's holding, if you're not someone who's just holding meme stocks for the sake of holding meme stocks, and you want them to go up forever, then I think the actual takeaway is just always understand that if something is insanely heavily shorted, then there's any reason that makes it so that people need to cover, they'll cover, right? JC seems to think we are in short squeeze season. Yeah, they come and go, right? You can look at CVNA. CVNA. Right? This thing squeezes and then chops sideways for a bit, and then squeezes and chop. Another thing I guess you could look at was just AMC, not AMCI. It's funny, I'm reaching around my microphone for the keyboard. That's why. Right? So it does this a lot, right? I had a squeeze here of 50, 60%. I had a squeeze here of from 8 to 11. Squeeze here from 39 to 60, so it doubled there. These things just happen all the time. Squeeze from 39 to 61. Now this one's bigger than most of them, but that generally, right, the squeeze from 139 to 265, right? It's just, they happen, right? We go through this period where they go after the shorts and they squeeze the shorts, and then what you're seeing happen with AMC generally happens where they fall back down and continue their path to zero. And Bed Bath and Beyond, I think, is the perfect example. If I could bring up a chart, if the company existed, I could show it to you, but it squeezed and dropped and squeezed and dropped and squeezed and dropped all the way to zero. So, I don't know if these things, if anything, I think AMC is probably going to go to zero. GME seems a little bit better off financially, but they're still selling, uh, a physical copy of something that you can download digitally. Right? So it doesn't mean that you, like, again, it's incredibly dangerous to short these things because there's nothing stopping it from doubling or tripling again, and then you're down many 100%. I don't think the move is to chase these things and buy them. I think it's like, if you've got them, great, you come up with a plan to get out. If you don't have them, then I think the only thing you can do is start to go around to these different securities that have high short floats but have not yet squeezed, and watch them. I will say, if you have a kind of junky security down 90% with a high short float and it didn't move at all with this security, away you go, right? What happens when you have a long or short position and it goes to zero? If you're short and it goes to zero, you make 100% of the money. So if you were short $1 million of Bed Bath and Beyond, after the bankruptcy completed, which it completed a long time ago, you just basically, because what happens is you short a security and they hold the money that you have short in collateral until the point that you go and cover it. If the security no longer exists, you no longer have to cover, and you keep 100% of the position. So if you're short $1 million of Bed Bath and Beyond, as soon as the bankruptcy was finalized, right, Bed Bath and Beyond got sold, I think, to Overstock. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I think you guys probably know. BYND BO Beyond. I think they're. I forget their new ticker. They have a new ticker. They were bought. I'm 90% certain all of their assets was purchased by Overstock. Equity holders get nothing. So if you were long the position, you're essentially just sent a tax form by your broker and says this position is a complete and utter loss. So you get to write that off for your taxes, which that's a good thing. I guess it's obviously not something you want to do, but yeah, if you're short the position, you get the same kind of note saying the bankruptcy is settled. Their equity holders got nothing, which means you have to pay nothing back. And you get to keep 100% of the value of the shares that you shorted. So, and then that's it. And that's the ultimate. That's what everyone talks about with shorting. That I totally agree with. That if you're shorting for a long period of time, the most you can make is 100%. Say you shorted $1 million of. Say I short $1 million of AMC right here. The most I can make is $1 million. The most I can make is AMC goes to zero, and I collect that $1 million and I move on with my life. Let's say AMC fixes its financial situation, which it's suffering dramatically for. But let's say it fixes its financial situation, and then AMC goes to $70. It's at $7 right now. It goes $70. Well, I lost $10 million. So you can lose, in theory, an infinite amount of money, and you can only make the 100% gain. It's the most you can make on a short position. So that's why, generally speaking, people don't short for the long run. People short tactically. They want to take a short. They believe that there's a company that's overvalued. They take a short. It works or it doesn't, and they move on with their lives. the, you know, doing this for holding a short for an incredibly long period of time, again, can be a little bit dangerous because it can go very, very high, right? So from a long-term standpoint, shorting is very, very hard. From a short-term standpoint, from day trading, things like that, who cares? If you're planning on being in and out of position in a matter of minutes or hours, or even a day or two, that doesn't really matter if you're long or short. As soon as you hold overnight, you have the risk of, say, a company buyout or something like that. That could be bad to you. But generally speaking, they're not trying to hold a stock to bankruptcy. Unless they're doing something called a distressed debt play, which I saw a lot of hedge funds when I worked in the hedge fund space do, where essentially you short the stock and you buy the bonds of it, assuming that in bankruptcy, equity holders, generally speaking, get nothing. 9 times out of 10, you get absolutely nothing as an equity holder. But debt holders, bond holders, will recoup some of their value if the company has assets to sell. So the idea is if you think the company is going to go bankrupt and you buy bonds and you sell stocks, then if you're right, your stocks make nothing and your bonds make a little bit. So as long as you got them on a good price, and then also your hedge. So if the company doesn't go bankrupt, well, then your stock's going to go up, but at least your bonds are going to go up. So again, there's all kinds of fancy things to note that people can do a lot of that I just really don't think is the move. Someone's asking about the formula editor. The best way to get to the formula editor is just go to your profile. And then up top here, you can see the custom formulas section. So you click on that guy. And then if you look down here, this is all you need. So this is the user guide, and this will teach you all about the formula editor and how to use it. The overview right here. This is another great PDF knowledge. And then the filter codes if you want to use them. Long and short of the formula editor is not just something I can just say, hey, here's all the formulas you can do, because there's a lot. But it's more if there is two existing or one or two existing formulas that you want to do some simple mathematics to, you can do that. So for example, if you want to know what the double the average true range value is, right, and you wanted to add that to price, I see some people do that for maybe profit targets, right? They want to say, okay, I want a formula that tells me the price of the stock plus the average true range. You can go to here and you can find average true range. Oh, I missed it. All right, you can take average true range and then you can add price, and then the output of the formula will be average true range plus price. And as soon as you build the formula, you can find it in the configure screen right here. So that's it. It's just to do very simple calculation to formulas that already exist, for different reasons, whatever those are going to be. So. What do I recommend for a large sudden price movement? Well, for that, again, a little bit devil in the details there, but I would go to an alert window, and then I would maybe take a look at the running up and down alerts and play with a bunch of these. The confirmed means they need to be confirmed by volume. These unconfirmed, you simply need an amount. So these will just show things that are moving very quickly, and you get to define the dollar amount up or down. So for example, if you want things that have moved, that are running up and they've ran up at least 25 cents, you just put in 0.25 there. And then this is going to tell you things that are running up and down right now. Now that's the last alert that came through 10 minutes ago. So that's not going to show us what's up or down right now. But that's probably your best bet. I would also take a look at sometimes the volume spike. We have different volume spike alerts. So sometimes if you're agnostic of price direction, but you just want to know something that's moved, you can grab these high volume 1 minute volume spikes, and things like this will just show you right, basically just what it says on the tin, things that have spiked in volume in the last 1 minute. So I would check those out and play around with your settings and all of that. Is there a way to scan for the outer VWAP band? I just need to know how you define outer VWAP band. There is a distance from VWAP alert. So if you put I'm running a lot of things and this thing's struggling right now. So yeah, distance from VWAP. So you could say I want things that are, 10% above or 10% below VWAP. That's probably going to be your best bet when it comes to looking for things that are extended from VWAP if you're a revision to the mean type of guy. Well explained. Thank you. No problem. It's hopefully it's not something you're ever in, is a stock that goes bankrupt, because generally speaking, stocks don't suddenly go bankrupt. Uh, Again, if I can bring up, maybe I can find BBBYQ chart. I don't know if this will. Yeah, I don't know if I can find. Yeah, here. So we can just look at something like this. If $45 to 21 cents, and then a nice steady downtrend. It is very rare for a company to, suddenly you wake up overnight and the company's bankrupt, but it's been in a nice healthy uptrend the whole time. Um, Generally speaking, you have charts like this in which, here's another good example, in which for a very long time this was in an awful slow downtrend, all the way to zero. That's generally speaking how you'll find companies that go bankrupt. Um, you may wake up one day and a company like Apple, uh, maybe a company like Apple had, they say, hey, say worst case scenario, and iPhones just start exploding, right? Maybe Apple's down 50-60% overnight, right? But it's generally not going to go bankrupt. Good profitable companies. Now, companies that are in constant and consistent downtrends, these things may. And a lot of these short float names, if you look at the monthly chart I have up here, a lot of these short float names are like that. The thing that people forget is that short traders are not evil, scary entities that want, they want stocks to go bankrupt or blah, 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 blah. Um, the it's not what they want. They're traders like us, right? Hedge fund traders are just traders like us. They think AMC is overvalued, and they think they can make money when it goes down. They think this what company is undervalued, and they think they can make money when it goes up. So if they're short, probably means in most cases these are bad companies. Sorry, I just gotta grab something here for CNBC later. They want my headshot, so I just have to send this to them. But yeah, I don't like, it's one of those things you read a lot. Oh, these evil shorts, they want us all, gone, and this and that and the other thing, and they don't, right? They really don't. They don't care about they're generally not concerned of um going after positions and pushing them lower and this, that, the other thing. They want to profit off trades. Even what you'd call like activist short sellers like Citron or Muddy Waters or whatever, they expose what they believe is fraud companies. They short the stock, they write to the public why they believe the company is a fraud, and it either goes down because it is a fraud or it doesn't because it's not a fraud, and they move on. Like uh, the argument that people have that GameStop shorts never covered is patently absurd, and same with AMC, especially with the amount of dilution that AMC did. People that got hit. I worked in the hedge fund space for a long time, so I spoke to a guy who still works in hedge fund accounting, who has was talking to hedge fund managers at this time, and most of them were like, "Yeah, that hurt." Some of them that were short these companies, that Melvin Capital that was short GameStop in the beginning, they went under. They go, yeah, that hurt. Right? I took a trade. I was wrong. If I didn't get out of it quick enough, then maybe I blew up. That hurts. And then they moved on with their lives. It's the people who bought the stock and held it all the way to zero. Those are the people you see chirping online all the time. The rest of them are just, they made the trade, they lost money. Oh well, next trade. And things like Tilray. This Tilray is another one. If you look at the monthly chart, down 95% from highs, and they let me move this. But it's fun to watch. Right? It's hilarious. It shows. I would love to, because I took finance in school. I would love to go to one of my professors who taught efficient market hypothesis and chat with him now. Sit down, have a beer, and go, okay, dude, who is a big fan of this efficient market hypothesis. Explain this to me, please. Right? What's your idea about why this works? So, again, if you're in, congratulations, have a plan to exit. If you're not in, I honestly think the move is to look for other potential short squeezes that could be coming down the road. If you're, and that's about it. If you're someone like me who tries to, take swing trades for periods of time, then again, unless something else kind of sets up, I don't think there's much to do. Right? I think you're waiting. I think you're in kind of wait and see type of mode. I don't think you're someone who's really pushing on the gas right now. And something like TGTX is very interesting. This is a nice 27% short float. It's moving a little bit right now, but it's really only just breaking this candle. So this is something that I have on watch that I may talk about on CNBC. But the idea is that The idea is that you're trying to look for the next thing. I don't think the move is chasing after a stock that's up multi 100%. I think that could be problematic for your trading in the short run. And then the other one is that I'd say, hey, if they're shorted, they're probably shorted for a reason, which probably means that they are maybe bad companies. Yeah, see, I need to find something that's like a higher short float or a higher market cap to talk about. But yeah, enjoy the show. Have fun. Just don't. The one thing I want to make sure people don't do is just really, really feel like I have to. I have to be involved. I have to take a trade on this thing. It's like that kind of trading, I think has problematic. Um, 1, 2, 3. So that's million. 4, 5, 6. So that's 100 million. So if I do one more 0, let's make this 10. I just think if I'm on the internet, if I'm on the big professional channels with the boomers, I should probably be talking about higher type stuff. Yeah. Hard to find, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, there's not a lot of just looking, there's not a lot of heavily shorted names that have um, a big float, which is interesting. So, was there a theory that said when meme stocks get a mega pump, that correction is usually comes after? Yeah, a lot of people look at the market in a kind of a sentiment framework. The theory being that in um, in ter- in markets that when everyone is bearish, a name, then the name will fall or the name will rise, and everyone is bullish, the name will fall. And they use different things to look for sentiment. It's a very hard thing to quantify, even don't yeah, survey results, you can say whatever you want. Some people use like positioning data. I think when it comes to stocks, short float is actually a really good detection of sentiment data. If it's incredibly high short float, that means sentiment is very bearish. And if it's incredibly low short float, then sentiment's probably pretty bullish. Not a lot of people are betting against it. I think that's kind of the best you can do in the stock market world when it comes to raw data. And the rest is just looking at things like um, what you talked about with the meme stocks moving and how many rocket emojis. I actually saw a guy tried to until before Twitter changed its API rules and made it incredibly expensive to scrub. He was trying to build a trading system where he would scan for like rocket emojis, and then the higher the rocket emojis, the more short he would be, and the lower the amount of rocket emojis, the more long you'd be. And as funny as it is, it kind of makes sense. Um, so the theory is that if people are just buying the junkiest of the junkiest names, then sometimes that's the last gasp of a market where professionals will start to come in and go, okay, sentiment has gotten way too extremely bullish. It's just insanely extremely bullish right now. It's time to sell the market. And knowing that it's generally speaking retail who gets in last, and it's generally speaking the professionals that get in first. So, right, you'll have things like, yeah, if things get too wild and you start to see the zombie companies, right? If you just look at AMC's financials for a hot second, they lose money, right? So they're a money losing company. They only have $600 million cash on hand, and they have $9 billion in debt. Now, having that much debt when interest rates are zero, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Um, when interest rates are high, eventually this debt is going to get restructured into, higher interest debt, and then the amount of money that they lose um, is going to increase as well. So, right, this company, the financial situation is very, very bad. So, if this company is rallying, then it just might be that, hey, it's the casino may be coming to a close for a very short period of time. Makes sense to me. Jason Shapiro, I follow Jason Shapiro's work as well. Watches Dan on Risk Reversal, CNBC show. Says highly emotional with trading, which makes him a good fade. Yeah, it's a lot of people have sentiment checks like that. We've all heard of the shoe shine indicator, we could call it, in which uh, if everybody is talking, the idea is that if you go and you're a Wall Street trader, and then you go and you get your shoe shined, and the shoe shine boy is talking about how he just bought this certain stock and how the market's amazing and all of this, that it's probably time to get out. And a lot of people look at these meme stocks as the newest shoe shine indicator, where now you have a lot of people who are like this AMC, for example. There are a lot of people who are in this from 150, 80, whatever. And now this thing is crashing back down. And there's probably a lot more people that bought into this. What was the volume today? The total volume is 300 million shares. So 300 times, let's say, an average of, I don't know, $8. So $2.4 billion in this company has changed hands today. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. And a lot of that is retail buying this company. So as this drifts all the way back down to oblivion, those bag holders persist. So the idea is that if you're someone who just got completely cleaned on a meme stock, are you really excited to go and just put more money in your 401k and buy some S&P 500? Maybe not. And if that stops happening, then that's where corrections happen. So look for a stock outer bounds of VWAP. So again, for VWAP, I would use the distance from VWAP filter that I talked about. And then looking to be oversold. So you got to define, what oversold means. But you could take a look at something. You could take distance from VWAP, and then if you want it to be a bunch below VWAP, it would look something like, say, negative. The maximum would be -5%. That means it's at least 5% below VWAP. And then you could grab, say, I don't know, easiest way to do oversold would be maybe to grab an RSI value, depending on your time frame, maybe a 1 or a 2 minute RSI, and say you want the 2-minute RSI to be a maximum of 30 is, I think, the traditional oversold thing. I'd start there and see how many results you get. Is it too many results? Not enough results? Is it Are they good results? And then you start to tweak these numbers, right? Maybe 5% is too little, and you want stocks that are further. You want 10% below their VWAP. You would change that. Maybe this is too big, and you want it to be down to really oversold, which is -20. Right, so I would take these two. Distance from VWAP and 2-minute RSI. And I think that's your starting point. And then from your starting point, you end up kind of going from there. SMR. So yeah, me and Steve talked about SMR on the podcast. Just full disclosure, I own some. I liked the look. The reason that we liked this SMR, Steve was talking about nuclear. I've been a big fan of uranium. I played a little bit of uranium off this level. Uranium's just been looking good. SMR is like a nuclear related company, so kind of in the green energy space. I really liked how if you took the anchored VWAP from the IPO, anchored VWAP IPO, right? That was right. You can see how much it was resistance over these number of weeks right here, and then so my idea was that if I bought a little bit on anticipation of a break, I bought the day after earnings, I think at like 650 or so, and then just put a stop right below this low right here. So the idea is if the anchored VWAP kind of sits right on top of us right here, if we can get through that and hold through that, that means the average market participant in this name is now having fun. A decent little short float at 20%. So, the real test, I think, for this is what do we do if we get to at this high right here? If we get to this high and we can break this high, well, then I think you're off to the races after that, where you can have a substantial move after that, where hopefully you get a big kind of push up if we can get above that. But if we get there, that's already like $12, which is amazing. That I would be at the point in that trade where I'm out most of my position and I'm holding just a little bit left. That's where I would be if we got to this high right here. Then through that high, right on this monthly chart, there's really nothing till all-time highs, which is $14. And I like the general idea here of nuclear power, green energy seems to be doing well. Tan, solar, it's been popping up here. Some good names, and it was on TI Strength, which takes me to the question there. What scans do I use to find my stocks? I'm a big fan of TI Strength, which you can find by going under New and under Market Explorer window. And you can then just right click on the new Market Explorer window and then go to TI Strength Alerts, and you can see it right there. The idea here is that this is going to show you incredibly strong names that are uptrending on a daily time frame. And then I scan these daily looking for breakouts and continuations and uptrends. The idea is that TI Strength has been back tested. We back tested it from 2017 till 2021, I believe. And then we forward tested it all through the last bear market. And then we were pretty satisfied. It's like, okay, this thing held up through a bunch of bear markets and it looks like it's outperforms the general market. And then the idea is we just take ideas from this. So this is, I would say, is really my primary go-to because it's going to show me names that are doing very well and are nice uptrends. And then, of course, I will apply my trading eye and basic technical analysis and trading plan that I've built for myself on top of this. GME is there. Yeah. Right. So I'd look at something like that. I'd say absolutely no way. Kodak. That's there. Rumble breaking out a little bit. So yeah, you just go through and take a look at these and see if they fit within that theme of whatever it is you're seeing. And for me, I like it because it's back tested, so I know there's some statistical advantage to holding these names. It's not huge, not insane. You're not going to become a billionaire just by buying these names and not doing anything, but you will over time outperform the market generally. Uh, and then the idea is from there, can I use good execution for entry and exit? Can I use good technical analysis to help just boost that initial bias that things are good? It's the same thing I would recommend for day traders to do with um, the uh, the same thing I would do with Holly, right? As a day trader, um, you don't just like sit there and go, hey, uh, Holly said to do this, so I'm just going to hit that button and I'm going to do exactly what Holly says. Because there's been no trader who's been like successful in the long run just by following some other person's strategy or style or something and making a bunch of money. It is not actually happens, So making sure you have a plan, I think is absolutely paramount, and then making sure you make that plan your own, I think is perfectly paramount as well. The TI strength doesn't indicate relative strength with the indices. It indicates relative strength the way we measure it using a series of indicator rankings with every other stock in the market. So what this is doing is every 30 seconds or so, it is taking the algorithm that we put in that says, hey, if it's above its 200-day, give it a point. If it's in the high end of its yearly range, give it a point. That kind of idea. We can't give the exact formula, of course. And it takes that type of idea and it ranks every stock in the market every 30 seconds. So the names that are the highest up here are going to be names that are going to be the highest ranked versus everything else in the market. Um, and if you're stronger versus everything else in the market, you're generally naturally going to be stronger than the S&P 500 as well. You can set alerts for anything, right? You open up a stock. If you like ALLY, you can just right click and say create price alert, and away we go. You can't feed this into an alert window or anything, and there is no customization because this is like a proprietary algorithm that we build. So you either kind of use the algorithm because you like it or you don't. My general framework is that I will scan this on a regular basis and I will put these into a symbol list. You can either just click the heart button and use my liked or something like that. And then within this symbol list, then you can run scans against it, right? So if I liked SKT, for example, I could just add this. You can hit right click, send to symbol lists, and you could just put it in kind of whatever it is that you like, put it in my liked or something like that. And it will go into that symbol list, and then you can point that to whatever. You could copy and paste the whole thing and put it into a symbol list. That wouldn't be real time. So, as well, what is a simple non-proprietary indicator for relative strength? A lot of people just say, okay, let's take the price of LMND and divide it by another symbol, and then just see if that chart is pointing up. That's the simple non-proprietary way people do it. There's a million ways to quantify relative strength. It could be distance above a moving average. So you could say I define relative strength as the stocks that are the highest above their 200-day moving average. And you could just rank all stocks by that. You could say I want stocks that are the highest up in their year range. So you'd use a position year range filter, and you could just say, give me the ones that are closest to the high of their year range. Tons of ways you can do it. That's why when we put this together, we tested it for that year period, those year periods, which is great because we had the 2018, 2019, which was, well, we can go into it for those who may not have been trading then. That was a wild time for the market. There was trade wars and Fed fighting. Let's go to a monthly chart, right? The Fed was fighting the president. There was all kinds of stuff going on, right? So there's 2018. We had these 3-month periods where the market just dumped. You had 2020 where you had this dump. You had 2019, right? So this is 2018, 2019. So when we saw that it outperformed here, and we saw that it outperformed in 2020, and then we saw that it outperformed in 2022, 2023, right? Because in my opinion, as the person who builds these things and tests them, it's in a market like this, everything works, right? If in 2020, 2021, you were not profitable, then that probably means you were fighting trends aggressively. It's really the only way you could do it is to to be fighting trends, which this was just exploding. Even if you just got involved as we made a new all-time high, right? The market just exploding, exploding, exploding higher. The unrelenting trend in the market right here. If you go to this period of time, a lot harder. And anyone who traded through this period of time will tell you this is a lot harder because there's really no trend. You're selling off a little bit, but there's it's very choppy. If we go into like a weekly chart, it's very choppy interweek, right? This whole messy market. So when I'm looking to build a strategy and build system, I want to say, okay, how does this do under the worst possible conditions? If it does well under horrible conditions, it's probably pretty good, and I should probably pay attention to it. If it um, if it does well, if it doesn't do well under those worst possible conditions, well, then I know when a bear market comes, I need to either have the wherewithal to not trade that strategy during that period of time, or uh, just not trade that strategy period and look for something else. Right? There's nothing wrong with having a strategy that only works in bull markets. You just then need some way to identify we are no longer in a bull market. I have to switch strategies. So there's people who will, for example, use like a revision to the mean strategy when all I ask for, I see GME halted. All I ask for is just don't end the party before I get on CNBC, right? Uh, yeah, that might happen. So they're going to go, hey, Michael, what do you think of these things? And I'm like, well, if you look at them, they're already broken. That's no fun. Like, keep the party going. I was hoping these things would be way up here before. Yeah, they're going to end the party. So yeah, this halted down. AMC's halted down. So I guess I may need to change what I'm going to talk about on CNBC. And the way I would change it is, I think, now for me as a trader, this is amazing because if these things say they close red, say AMC completely falls apart and closes red, for me as a trader, that creates opportunity because now what I'm looking for when I go through this short list is what isn't, right? What stocks are holding these gains? What stocks are not crashing with the overall short theme that is crashing? Those are the stocks that I'm then now interested in because um, if your stock is crashing with the meme stocks, then they're just meme stocks like anything else. If your stock is holding up as the meme stocks are crashing, well, now I think we're onto something. So. Oh no, BlackBerry. I just say, oh, BlackBerry, because it's just kind of a meme up here in Canada that we used to be the theme. We used to be the kings when it came to cell phones. We were the smartphone dominating country. Justin Bieber, BlackBerry. Yeah, we've got one. We have one tech company at a time up here in Canada, right? So it was BlackBerry, and now it's Shop. And when Shop goes under, I don't know. So you're saying I should short it back to, hey, you leave Canada alone over there, right?
Don't forget Nortel, Michael.
Yeah.
That's the other big one.
Yeah, it was Nortel, and then but we only get one at a time. We get one high flying tech stock, and they all seem to end the same way.
But you see why we were so good at communications, because it's just a huge country, sparsely inhabited country, and trying to make sure that no matter where you lived, you would have communications. They had to overcome these guys who developed the like Nortel and all. They had to develop a way to make sure that somebody living up in Inuvik would have a service, whereas in the States they don't care.
Yeah,
seriously, though. I mean, that's
my dad was an accountant at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he just remembers horror stories of, him. He's like, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm doing your accounting this year, and you're showing, you're a multimillionaire on paper, and you're, using that to take out loans and live the high life. And he would tell people, he'd say, listen, I'm not a financial planner, but, you got all your eggs in one basket, then things could be bad. It's like, I remember reading stories about, people who made a whole bunch of money in Bitcoin, and then the tax season would roll over, and then they YOLO'd that money into like Dogecoin and things like that of all the cash they made, and then those crash, and it's like, well, now I've got this giant tax bill.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Right, I can only write off a certain amount of tax losses a year, so how am I going to pay this massive tax bill? And it's like, yeah,
escape somewhere. Somewhere, and that's about all you could do.
Yeah, he told one guy, he said, how do I deal with this tax bill? And he said, go to China. And he's like, I never heard from that guy again. I don't know what happened to him.
A good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, maybe he did go off to China because he had this massive bill. And I'd imagine that would probably happen with some of the meme stocks. Are you watching all of this? They're not going to wait for they're not going to wait for me on CNBC, are they?
No,
just collapse all these.
Though I would have said, you know what? You've always said that GME is going to zero. So now, you just say, well, I still stand behind my comments about GME. I don't care what happened in the last 2 days. It's going to zero. Why, Michael? Well, certainly. And then explain.
It certainly will.
Okay. All right, my friend. I'll take over for you now.
All right, dude. You have a good one.
Have a good session. Yeah, I'll be cheering for you.
Well, let's see if hopefully I don't, freeze and choke up, but we'll see if and when it happens.
Just muffle around in your beard, and then nobody will know the difference.
Yeah, exactly. All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I am now back in both rooms. Just give me a moment. Just want to make sure that in YouTube, you guys can see a screen. I've got some kind of weird thing going on. So can you, I know you guys can hear me, but can you, do we have a screen in YouTube that you can see? Okay. Thank you, David. All right. I won't worry about it. So guys, while I was on my break, now I'm out of the, obviously, I mean, no way I'm holding the FSLY. So I'm out of that one. I actually took a little short on this ALC. Okay. Again, this is showing up. It was showing up here, showed up at 1246. It might have shown up a little earlier too. Took a little short on that ALC. It ran down to 87.30. And I'm just hunting for pennies right now. Now I may take a look at, I'm out of it, but I may take a look at it again. And, again, because of all the room it has. Now, I may have to make some kind of a rule though, because if the gap is the next day, it may not be like an internal rule anyway. It may not be the best thing to do. Okay. If the gap is literally the next day, because this is an earnings play and, it's up still huge. 8% on earnings. And sure, it is sold off from its highs, but it's still well above yesterday's close. So I may have to maybe make an internal rule for myself when I get one of these alerts that I don't want to I don't want the gap to be like the previous day that either gets filled on the way down or filled on the way up. Because again, the reverse of that could have been a stock, that had horrible earnings, and sure, it's starting to feed into a bit of a gap, but for all the reasons why it gapped down the day before, they're still there. They are still there. For all the reasons this gapped up, they're still there. Boy, yeah, GME and AMC. So GME for me is at a pretty important level. That's the $40 level for me is an important level. Why? Because that is where essentially they did their forward split. Okay, the 1-for-4 forward split. It was around 160, so $40 would be the equivalent. So it'll be interesting to see if it can hold at least 40. Now, nothing. Oh, well, I've got my sound toggle on, so that's one reason I'm not getting any sound alerts. So it's the same thing with the Trupanion, okay? The Trupanion is another one. It was an earning. Yeah, it's probably an earnings. Actually, it was not an earnings play yesterday. So I don't know what the news was yesterday for Trupanion, but that was a big gap up. Big top here. It is now showing up in that scan because again, look left, lots of room, $6. But it wasn't it was not an earnings play. So I don't know what the reason for this one for the move was. Or maybe I don't care. I mean, I don't know. I'm experimenting. I really am truly experimenting about what would be nothing is going to be 100%, of course, but what gives me the best odds at playing these ones when there's a $2 gap either side. So is GME still halted? Yeah, it is still halted, isn't it? So what is the clue? Where could it open? 40.71. So there's no clue. Okay, there's really no clue. It's halted at 40.72. Again, blue screen, guys. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. CRKN is a break, okay, on $1. Do I see CRKN anywhere here? I don't think I see it. You meant 10-cent break, right? Paradox. You meant a 10-cent break, not a dollar break, unless my eyes are blurry. I see it at 9 cents right now. That's a big move, no question. A 5-cent move, 111. It's nothing I care to trade, but yeah, I mean, if you guys are into things like that, I mean, that's a big move, percentage wise. The fib queen, okay. So that trup looks like what the fib queen calls a two-step pattern, which is a variation of a Gartley pattern. These are things that I just have no clue about. Okay. All the memers are falling now, guys. AMC, GME, old BlackBerry. Michael was talking about BlackBerry. Market is starting to put in a red bar also. No, I did not ask a question, Captain Para. I was just saying I'm not familiar with the two-step pattern, or I think to me that's a dance step. But other than that, and the Gartley pattern, I've seen the name, but if somebody said, "Well, I'll give you $1 million if you can describe the Gartley pattern in the next 10 seconds," I'd be out $1 million. Well, I wouldn't be out $1 million. I wouldn't be $1 million richer. And I know I could look it up. For me, all eyes on GME when it comes out. I mean, if it crashes through 40, and when did it get halted? 103.56. So if this, it's going to be longer then, guys. It's going to be longer than a 10 cent. Sorry, a 5-minute halt. It is now in the 10-minute halt area. Yeah, I actually have that one, Wiggle Boss. I actually have that one. I'm talking to. Ooh, it just opened, so it wasn't quite a 10-minute, a 5-minute halt. It was a little bit more. Usually they're almost bang on. That was a 6-minute halt. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this one. It was a 7-minute halt approximately. Anyway, GME just opened, and now through that 40 level. Wow. I mean, could it go negative? Could it go negative? Lose another $8? Chris, no. There are no ways to get market breadth indicators on trade ideas. Not like those two you're talking about. Wow, this is remember now, this is worse than it looks because this is actually was an $80 stock in the pre-market. Well, here it is. Look at that. It was $80 in the pre-market, and not on fluffy volume. I mean, that was great volume that was driving it up to $80. So now this has not been cut in half. I hope nobody has been getting hurt on this one. They must have flashed, Oliver. They must have just flashed because I did not see. But you know what I'll do? I'll keep it here. I'll keep it. There we go. Yeah. So there's a little bit of covering. Fascinating, isn't it? But am I going to chase it down in a short? No. So this is Interactive Brokers, guys. This is if you want, it's do a search SLB. See, Pepe, I finally have remembered SLB. This tells you how many shorts a stock has. This is Interactive Brokers only, of course, and you can see it's basically real time or very close to real time. I'll keep this up here to see if those 3,300 shares get snapped up. Okay, Paradox. I thought. There we go. Another 1,600. Come on. But it's halted. Oh, okay. It's halted though. Again. Wow. CRKN. Now that maybe your eyes got a little blurry there and you were mistaking the 10 cents for $1. Or should it be CKRN? So now you've got me completely. I have no idea what symbol you're talking about. Okay. I'm talking to Paradox in our YouTube room. No idea what symbol you want me to bring up. Well, I would say though that, I mean, you've got to admit, Captain, there's a catalyst somewhere, okay? A catalyst somewhere. Now, how long that catalyst lasts, that's another issue. All right, guys, I want to take a short in this Trupanion. I know I said maybe I shouldn't because it's just the next day gap, but I like the fact it's underneath the whole number. The whole number will get me out of it. So I got a pretty tight stop. And, there's a 200-day moving averages down here. That's certainly far enough away. So market is putting a little bit of a red bar, so it might help it down a bit. The other thing I have to think about is, do I short things that are up for the day? Using that scan. Or do I only short things that are down for the day and with a gap underneath, of course, and go long things that are up for the day with a gap? All sorts of ways to look at it. I'm just looking for one more little maybe leg down on the TRUP, TRUP. And guys, I'm just carving out, a few dollars here and there on these. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to test the waters. All right. You give me a little bit more. Okay, I carved a little bit out. Got a little bit left, but I'm just carved a little bit out of it. Just looking at that. So get down to 31.57. Okay, come on. One more. Like 31.12. 31.12 looks like the low of the day. Well, actually, that's the 9:15 candle. So that's the 9:15 candle. So maybe market helping. Market's helping a bit. Fuel cell, FCEL. Oh, I see. That got up to, yeah. Well, a lot like, remember the old days, Ballard, Fuel Cell, and Plug used to always trade together. Now, Plug, of course, had its own big news today, though it hasn't held. It has not held at all. William, you might like this scan, because it's not going to give necessarily huge amounts, but it seems to be able to carve out a little, 10, 20, 30 cents. The distance to the next high or low. Okay, I'd have to give you the custom formula, but we might have to tighten it up a bit so that we don't get so many alerts, but I've been able to, carve out, 20, 30 cents in a lot of these, which seems to be what you like to do. Like the Trupanion right now is giving me, I know I already took some off, but I was in at 80 cents. So, I got down to say 50. So that's 30 cents there. Yeah, they're pretty fast trades. I know not ridiculously fast, not meme, not meme stock fast, but they're not all day trades. Well, they could be if they kept working, but no, they're pretty. So far, they've been pretty quick. So for you, you could have taken the truck at 31.80 and shorted it, and you could be out now. It did get down to 31.40 as an example. I could have taken it at 31.96. I waited a bit. Oh, well, I know why. I was on my break. So when I clicked on it, it was at 31.80 or 31.82, and that's where I shorted it. Obviously, anything in red and now we're getting a lot more red than we are getting green. Anything in red is a suggestion to short. So let's take a look at the Novavax now. And William, you see what it's looking for? It looks for big gaps. So 954, I mean, that's the low looking left of yesterday. But, if you've got, I'm not trying to, obviously, I'm not trying to say take the trade or take the scan, but I'm finding it pretty interesting. All right, guys. Now GME is starting to pop here. Maybe it found a bottom. AMC is popping a bit. Maybe they both have found a bottom. So maybe Michael will have what he wants to talk about at 2:30. So he's got another hour or so. All right. I am looking at Novavax now. So now, yeah, I mean, I could have taken it. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread is only a penny. So I could have taken it at the 1284. Now I'm going to watch to see if it gets back down to 1284. Now the issue might be what happened in the pre-market. 1259 might hold it. So obviously GME got halted on the way up, guys. GME now got halted on the way up. So let's see. My guess is that we're not going to get a big clue. Yeah. Where it's going to open. I missed this one. This is in the combo scan. Now, I have to admit, I have not paid that much attention to anything other than that other scan, the distance to the next highs and lows. But now I'm looking at, DCTH showed up in the combo scan at 11:52. That was the time. And the alert was at 690. So we're 725 right now. And a lot of the ones that showed up early were sort of the, these low floaters or high short float percents. So they've all basically given it up. Haro has not, though. HROW has not. This is an earnings play. So if it's an earnings play, it means it has some news on its own. It's not just following along what the rest of the crazy ones are doing. Well, there's Novavax on the way down again. Hmm. Okay. Well, again, I'm just trying to make pennies right now. So they're fast trades, William. They are fast trades. Next, how about gelled? Now this is to go long. So gelled, JELD. So the 200-day moving average is actually, look at that. See, it's within $2, so I can't take it. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Wow, look at the Trupanion now. So GME open. Let's see what's happening with it. Okay. Wow. Novavax. My goodness. Okay. So GME over 41 again or 40 again. So if you're a believer in the 10 SMA that Steve loves on the 15-minute chart, there it is, 47.71. Where is the VWAP? VWAP is way above that. Yeah, so they're fast trades, William. And VAX right back up. But you could have probably got about 30 cents out of that one. Do I really want to take this one? I mean, it's less than it's less than $2 to the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's still a lot of room. I mean, it's $1.30 to the next to the 200-day moving average for JELD. It's been kind of hasn't really cared too much about what the market's been doing all day. I mean, look at this down. So this has been moving higher. So see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. Not an earnings play. May the 6th was earnings. So that was last week. Oh, well, Trupanion's still working, guys. Well, Perfect Circle, you've done very well on your GME in our YouTube room. Perfect Circle took GME at around the 36th level. So you are doing really well. Well, by the way, I just want to find, this will be interesting. What is the ATR or percentage of ATR today for, yeah, 8 times normal, 8.6 times normal. Average true range has averaged 3.35. Now, that is getting skewed and it's 8.6 times that. All right, Peter, you are learning distance from the VWAP on a single stock window. Not showing on breaking out on volume window. I'm not sure what you mean, Peter. Are you oh, I see. Are you trying to say that you found a way in which you can trade something which was not showing up on the breaking out on volume window? Is that what you meant? I'm talking to Peter in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, Peter. I did have myself on mute briefly. Okay, so let me. Okay, so do you have a scan? I'm sorry, Peter. Do you have a scan that is breaking out on volume? Is that you have some kind of a scan like that, and you just want to add the distance from the VWAP as a column, or what? Like, how do you want to add it? Or do you want to add it as a filter, or do you want to add it as a column? I'm assuming then you have a scan that is called breaking out on volume. Oop, GME open, and so I didn't realize it had been halted again. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's pretty simple, I think. So if you took your scan that you've got, Peter, you've got your scan, and so you just want to add that distance from the VWAP as a column. So if we type in VWAP, okay, then there's your distance from VWAP, okay. So again, if you've got your scan, and just right. Okay, I might get back into this one. Just give me a moment. Figure out if I do. So you just right click on your scan, click on configure, and then just do a search and type in VWAP. Okay, and here it is. I mean, you could have scrolled down, but this is easier. So distance from VWAP 1. Okay, highlight it, and then show column. Okay, and that'll do it. It'll show the column. I'm not going to do it because I don't want it on mine, but just click show column. And what'll happen is it will be added at the end here somewhere. Okay. So if you want to see it better, or you two things that one of two things you can do. You can either elongate your window so you do see it because it'll be added at the very end, or you could grab it uh, like put your mouse pointer in it, left click, keep your left click on your mouse, hold it down, and then you can move it. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. See a little rectangle or square moving around, and then you just drop it wherever you want. Or you just elongate your window. Up to you. Okay. So are we good? If I'll do it again if you didn't get it. Yeah, let me know if it worked, Peter. I mean, it really is simple. Okay, assuming you've got your scan that you want, it's very, very simple. Right click, click on configure, and then instead of clicking on Windows specific filters and scrolling all the way down to try to find it, simple way to do it is just click on search, and then in the search box, just type in VWAP. Oops. Okay, and there it is. So once you see it, then you just highlight it, left click on it, so it's highlighted, and then you've got show column. That's it. And don't forget to say okay at the end. If I duplicate, I'll duplicate this for you. So I'll show you exactly what what it would look like. So now I'll right click, configure, search on VWAP, distance from VWAP, left click to highlight it, click on the show column and say okay. Okay, and now, presto, it's at the very end here. Okay. And then if you want to have it, if you don't want to, if you want it somewhere else, then you just left click on the header, left click on the header, keep it left click down. Like, in other words, keep the left click on your mouse, keep it down, and then just move it. You can see, hopefully you can see how there is a rectangular line that's moving, or square rectangle that's moving, and you just drop it wherever you want. Okay. You put it anywhere you want. Thumbnail. Can you thumbnail anything or just charts? Well, it depends what you mean by a thumbnail. I mean, a thumbnail is just, for me, it's just a small chart. So, I mean, you could, so it depends what you mean by a thumbnail. I mean, I can shrink this down to I don't know what size. There must be a minimum, if that's what you mean. But, if you don't need if you don't need to see a lot of columns, and you just want to see, and you just want to know when there's an alert, you don't care about seeing anything else, I guess you could do that if that's what you mean. The only reason for doing that, though, in my opinion, would be if you've got too many alert windows or top list windows open, because, and you're trying to jam a whole bunch of them in. And in that case, I would start to figure out, well, which ones do I really want to see all day? Because you can get overwhelmed by having way too many scans, alert windows, top list windows. Oh, good. I delayed myself on the gelled, so I'm not in it. Speaking of a new tool, how is Duolingo doing today? Wow. All-time high right up here, guys. That was an all-time high right up here. And then last week and this week, and that was on. So this was the earning reaction on the 9th. Yeah, 50 is about 48 too many, Michael. Boy, I'm loving the looks of these things. It's amazing. It's amazing how many stocks have like gaps like this. And of course, it's all because of usually, well, some bad news, earnings, or something. That's what creates the big gap. William, today at what time? Four o'clock or so. Okay, thank you. So William will keep the room open till about 4, the main room open till about 4. I will head off at around 3. So Adobe dropping because of a new tool by Google. Okay. Or is this Alphabet? Or is that Google? I'll never call it Alphabet. Never, never, never. Yeah, yes, he is a trader. A trader, Michael. All right. So here is the first step is this, William. So click on this link. Okay, so if you click on that link, you'll get that. That's the account management, and you should get into your account. Have you ever traded? Have you ever created a custom formula before? Okay. Well, if you click on the link, you'll see something. It should say formula editor at the top, and there should be something that says create. Okay, kind of like this. Okay, create new. All right. If you do that, and I'm going to get to the, just give me a moment to find the actual one. Here we are. When you do that create, you'll have a source box with nothing in it. Okay, nothing in it. But this is what you do want to put in it. Not hard. Okay, this is really not hard. Okay, so that's what you want to put in it. Exactly like that. I've copied it correctly. Yeah, exactly like that. You can give it a name. I call it distance to the next high low. You can give it whatever name you want. Units or a dollar, doesn't really matter. And then you save it. And once you do that, it becomes a filter, just like any other filter. With a min and a max. And again, once you've done that, then you save it. Now it's a filter, just like any other filter. And why I say give it a name that makes sense to you, because now when you file, go to an alert window or whatever window you want to add it to, right click, configure. And then when you click on search, you can search on whatever you gave it a name, whatever name you gave it. Distance, okay, there are a lot of distances here, but here it is. Distance to the next high or low. Okay, just like any other filter. Yours will probably say U0, maybe U1 if you have created one before. Then now it's just like any other filter. Just add it. Add the filter. You'll have a min and a max. I put $2, but you can experiment. Oh, sorry, right here. I put $2, but you can experiment, of course. And of course, with your price range, and well, you could add that filter to any one of your scans, really. I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it? And the ABS just gives you the ability to find shorts also. Well, the next lows looking left, as well as the next highs looking left. Taking an absolute. Well, it'll work exactly like this. Exactly like this. I click on ANVS. Okay. Now, with the filters I've got in place, the price range, minimum volume, and all that stuff. And when I click on ANVS, look what I see. Pretty dramatic looking gap. So it has to be at least $2 in the way in my scans. It has to be at least $2. Now, in this case, yeah, it still would have been okay because, had the 200-day moving average been right on top of it, I wouldn't take the trade, of course, but even that's okay. Now, and it's not every trade you take. I'm just getting, these are all ideas. So the Trupanion, actually the alert was at 32 as a potential short, And before it pulled up, it got down to 3081 as an example. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down quite a bit for me now. Look at the. I mean, it's too bad this had to happen. Okay, in the NVAX. I mean, this was really nice on a break of 13. It moved down, but then it popped up, and now so it's pretty jumpy. But who knows? Maybe now, if it can take this out, this 1260 out, this might have, because then we don't have to worry about the intraday or the pre-market, any sort of resistance here or support here, maybe. And then look what could happen. Well, if you got NFE up and it's like what value did you put in that filter? I mean, it's totally up to you, of course, but what value did you put in the filter? What, like for a minimum? Okay. I see. You're just so you've added it as a column. Okay, I got you. Good idea, actually, because yeah. So I could add that. I could add the column actually too. I wonder if I did. Yeah, I did. Distance of yeah. So I mean, there is actually the column. No, that can't be. Yes, it can be. I didn't think a $7 stock would have a $12 gap. So yeah, you're gonna add, so the column I did actually have the column. So that tells you exactly where the next high is or how far away it is from the next high. I've been asking for a top list that would do it, and they can't do it. For some reason, they just cannot do it. And the reason I would like that is that I would love to be able to do something like that overnight. in a top list just to see what are the big gappers, potential gappers. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock now, so I've got another hour or so, even less. I've been usually, stopping at around quarter to 10 to. I will always stay later if there are questions. So, Paul, you said you were trying to. Ugh, hard though. MTC to me, I look at this, and I just hard for me to visualize where I would get in with the topping tails and bottoming tails. Shoot, there it goes. Well, to figure out if I want to take this one down now that it is at the low of the pre-market and all that room underneath. Yeah, it looks a little too jumpy to me. Yeah, it's jumping right back up to 1280. So I think I'll just forget about it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Just give me one moment, Carrie. I'll be right back, okay? Okay. One step, direct order template. Okay, so first thing, so the question is, just give me one moment. Sorry. My music disappeared. I need music. Okay, so the first thing, Carrie, have you watched the video of how you actually link Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers? And if you haven't, this is the video, okay? And this video will explain, you know, the correct port to use with interact. Like, at what stage are you at? Because you should watch the video, and the video will show you there's a short video that shows how you link Interactive Brokers and what we call Brokerage Plus. And then there's a longer video that goes into how you use Brokerage Plus. So I have to know if you've done that at least. It seems like I'm trying to read your question. It seems like you've already got the linking. You just want to have maybe just give me a moment, something like this. Where are you? Okay, so here's the Brokers Plus window, right? So, okay, so here is the Brokerage Plus window. So if you want to set up one step direct order template to your Interactive Brokers linked account. So I have to know, first of all, have you linked to your Interactive Brokers account? If you haven't, then you should watch the video. It's hard for me to tell you, okay, because it tells you about the port you're supposed to use. And again, in that link I gave you, there's a short video that shows you how you can link Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers. And I think what you're looking for is to take like a strategy, a long strategy and a short strategy, and assign them to the buy or sell button. I think that's what you're talking about, which would be sort of like one-step trading. So when you say, do I have a video on placing a short order in Brokerage Plus? Well, let's just show you how you can do it. I mean, there's no real video, I don't think. But if I want to, all I have to do is hit the sell button or click the sell button. Okay. So if I wanted to short INKT, okay, let me, because when I click on a symbol, the symbol will show up. Okay. And I clicked on INKT outside. So you can see the INKT. And then I just pick how many shares I want. I'll go 600 shares. The bid ask is like a couple pennies, so that's okay. And then I just click sell. Click the sell and then send. Okay. And now I'm in the 600 share short. So there's really nothing to it. It's just the reverse of going long. Okay. You just click the sell button, pick how many shares you want first, click the sell button, and then send it. As opposed to clicking the buy button, like picking the number of shares, clicking the buy button, and then sending it. It's just the reverse. That make sense? This is all in the simulator. I'm doing this, okay? But if you're connected to your Interactive Brokers account, then this is what you would this would be a live account, like a real order if you were connected to your Interactive Brokers account. I just did this in the simulator, but it's the same thing. And then you can add a stop above the current price, of course. So there's a blue line on my chart right now that, so if INKT got up to $1.20, I would lose $60. Now, a lot of this is in the guide, okay? So let me get you to my home page. So on my home page, so you click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down a bit until you see the education section, click here, education section, and then click on the user guide. And where you see Brokerage Plus, okay, this is maybe, and you can look at one-click trading, chart trading, Brokerage Plus. I would start off with Brokerage Plus. But I think when you're talking about having a video, these 3 videos will help. But I just demonstrated, the mechanics of placing a short. Pretty simple. Just click the sell button first. Now, if you're talking about using the buy and sell buttons that you see on the charts, that's a little bit different. Because what you have to do there is you have to have a strategy. These are some default strategies, I guess, or you create your own strategy. You put it in here, and then you turn the long strategy on, the one that you want the long strategy to be, and that gets assigned to the buy button, and you can have a short strategy assigned to the sell button. It gets a little bit more involved though, because you have to, create your rules for the strategy. I don't know how much experience of trading you've got, but that is in the videos. They're in the videos also. So I think maybe that's what you should do, is take a look at those videos that from the education section on my homepage. But did that at least, the mechanics of placing a short trade, did that at least make sense? Just click the sell button. If you're doing it this way, sell button and then send. That's it. Yeah, GME is moving again. And Michael wanted to do his video. Yeah, let me know if that helped, okay? Carrie, let me know if that helped. I'm not a user of the one trick or the one click trading or anything like that. I just trade from within Interactive Brokers, but I think I have enough knowledge. I can probably get you going. All right. Well, look, GME now is through that 10 SMA. If you're a follower of that 10 SMA, then GME now is through it, but will it close above it? So what time is it right now? 2:18. Still has a time to go. Another 12 minutes or so, 11 and a half minutes before that candle closes. Because if it does close above that 10 SMA, some of you will look at that. That's very bullish. And that 10 SMA right now is about $45, $45.10. That's the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. That orange line you see, that orange line that you see. That's a great bounce. If you could time these things, it's a great bounce. $35, $36, $11 now from the low here. I don't think it's halted, is it? 47.40. I don't see that it's halted. You're posting that at 12:16. Oh, maybe. It resumed at 12:18. Okay, at 2:18. All right, guys, you're on your own, of course, but this is going to turn into a great little trading vehicle here. So we did close above. I'm sorry, I'm crazy. This was the candle I should have been looking at. So that closed above for sure. Can I please briefly give your definition on how important the close of the day is? Are you talking about the market or are you talking about an individual stock? Cafe au lait. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The market, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think of the close of the day being that important because the market, look at the SPY. I don't really unless it collapsed or something. Okay, I don't really think of the overall market being that important unless an individual for sure, but it really only pertains to if you want to hold a stock. Okay. For me, like if you were some kind of a swing, just in general, if you were a swing trader, I would not want to, for instance, if I were swing trading GME, if I thought, you know what, I want to swing trade GME. Well, here is the high up here. I mean, there's the high in the pre-market. There's the high right there at what, $65. So for me, I would want GME to close, closer to the high of the day, because I don't want to have to worry about having to tomorrow, if I took it here, having to break through that high of the day. Now it's got a lot of room, and understand this is just my feelings. Okay. So if I were swing trading, that's the only reason I would care about where a stock closes. Okay. If I thought, well, do I want to hold this overnight? I don't want to have to fight today's high tomorrow. Okay. So I would want it to close, and I'm just using GME as an example, but I would want it to close, it doesn't have to be right at the penny, but somewhere near the high, so that tomorrow when you wake up, possibility that it pops right through that high in the pre-market even, or doesn't struggle to get through that high. That's my feelings. Okay. That's just my feelings. So for me, I would not be for me, I would not, even if I were a swing trader, I would not be swing trading GME unless it got closer to this area. And that may be completely counter to anybody else who's listening to me, how they think, and that's fine. But that's just the way I think. Because I want the enthusiasm to still be there. When people look at the end of the day of a stock, they don't want to see, again, I'm just using GME as an example, but they don't want to see a stock that at one point was $80 and then down to 36, unless they're trying to bottom pick or something like that. But it can be scary to hold any stock overnight, of course, in theory. But a stock like this, yeah, I mean, we never know what's going to happen. I mean, people who held that overnight yesterday were laughing. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I woke up. I can tell you, I didn't have very much, but I did. I decided to take a little bit of piece as I saw it trading in the afternoon. I got close to that 40 level. I thought, okay, just take a little piece. If it goes to zero, I still have a house. And I woke up to this. I did not see. Remember, I'm in the West Coast, so I did not see it until it was in this area, the $70 area. And of course, I got rid of it, but I didn't go crazy. I didn't have like thousands of shares or anything, believe me. But then you look at a GME right now and you wonder, okay, how many more kicks is it going to have? When people see this, I know how I feel when I see this. I'd probably be thinking, okay, can it rest a bit, the next day, or is it going to completely give it up? Definitely not for the faint of heart. That's why, when I said I only took a few shares and whew, wow, almost 2:30. Yes, good one, Pepe. Yeah, as opposed to having to rely on the multi-strategy window. So what you're saying, yeah, I could add it right here. It's going to. Oh, my previous alerts will go away, but that's okay. Oops. So there you go. There's a nickel. But you need a new high of the day for sure. You need the new high of the day. And look how that worked. Oh. Oh, I see what you mean. Brilliant. I didn't know. I thought you were going to, I thought I was just going to be able to see it numerically, but it actually will draw it. Come on, get another one. Wait a minute, though. That didn't seem to work. Maybe at the time of the alert. Yeah. Well, yeah, it did work. Of course, it did work. 269. That was the alert. It fell back. Let me get another one, and then we can absolutely confirm it. Oh, also, yeah, that happened at, this is the last alert that happened. That was at 225. So I need a brand new one. Cool. So that's all you have to do then. Just add that. Oh, the ones that follow will not draw. Oh, because I see what you're saying. It's drawing because it's the first one. But at least you can see, you can tell how far it is away. Okay. Okay, you're not quite as brilliant as I thought then. I thought you'd figured out a way to get them drawing. It's crazy though, isn't it? There's the source code, Pepe. Best I can do. I hoped you would get a kick out of that. At least I know zeros and ones. All right, guys, it is 2:32 now. So I think one last time to look at my homepage and the information you can find there. Oops. Now, Cafe au lait. I mean, you talked about the importance of a close in the market. Now, I would say this, of course, if the SPY, if we were looking at the SPY like before, and we were watching that 500 being defended, okay? And, when we saw this down here, the close was underneath 500. That to me then was, could have been ominous. That's one specific, that's the SPY. And then when it closed over 500, that was not ominous. That was maybe a good thing, right? Obviously a good thing if you want the market to go higher. So I suppose it depends on the levels of the major markets closing. Nice one, J Mac. All right, so my homepage. Where are you? Okay, last time, and it's been changed. So Barry 15. So there is a new promo code. Unfortunately, the Barry 25 is up, but I'm sure we'll have another one pretty soon. Okay, but right now, if you do want to take out a subscription, it'll be Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, whatever code you use, come into the room, or whatever code you do use, starting with Barry, please use it. That'll help to keep this room free. Every time somebody uses my code to take out a subscription, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that really helps to keep the room free. Must do to get started. 10 short videos, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, if you're in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, Michael Noss was there. Good one. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week. I guess it's working this week, and last week's eventually worked this week. Education section is here, and then here are my scans. So if you're looking for some scans, these are the ones that I'm currently sharing. The relative strength leaders is right here, and the halts resumes is right here. I obviously have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Well, when you say understand the break of the high or sort of pullbacks, again, I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. I mean, I've sort of gone over individual stock. Again, this is all I look for, but understanding that I'm not really a swing trader. But if I were, I would want the stock to close near the high of the day. I would not want to take something that pulled back a big deal. That's me. Because the way I look at it is that people will look at end of day charts and they'll go, wow, that was a really good one. Maybe I should get into that one tomorrow or know about that one tomorrow. That's how I look at it, though. I mean, others might think, no, that's crazy. I would want to have a pullback and to a level, and maybe then I'll be interested. And that's fine. There's certainly no right or wrong. I will say this, look at the market. Remember when this happened? This was when J Powell was talking, I think. That's the 10:30 candle. No, I'm wrong. He started talking at 10 o'clock. This is a 10:30 candle. So I don't know what he was doing. If if he was still talking and taking questions. But anyway, then we had this little drop from about 11:30 to 1:15. But since then, nice smart move up. You know, guys, I was talking about the ANVS. I mean, and this is now probably put on 80 cents. And that came from that distance to the next high scan. 40 cents anyway. I think I saw it right around here, 760. Well, got up to 840 before it pulled back somewhat. And more than likely helped because of the market. Well, guys, this CTNT just made, look at this, guys. CTNT just is doing it again. Shoot, should have been watching this one. This is kind of the classic, something that has popped early and then kind of did nothing for, hours. And now look at what it's doing. CTNT, but I lost sight of it. But I see it front and center right there. Now, yeah, look at the volume that is coming in. What time is it now? 2:39. This has still 6 minutes to close. This could turn into the second largest of the day. I am super surprised it's not halted. It seemed to me that would have had the right math for a halt, but I guess not. I keep looking for more news on this one, but I still don't see any news on this one other than the fact they did a financing which looked to be at 67 cents. So it's absurd that it's doing this, and it is I mean, it's not one of those short float percentages, so it wouldn't be showing up on scans like that. 0.41%, probably not shortable at most brokers. Low float though, it is a low float, 2.5 million. Here's another one that's popping here, HPP. Oh, it's on great volume, biggest volume bar of the day. So you guys were talking, but I saw some posts about Paramount earlier. I didn't forgot to. Yeah, wow. So I mean, the saga continues, obviously, but so this went from 1324 down to 1180 or so. I see. Sony rethinking its bid for Paramount. Let's rethink it, drive the price down, and get it cheaper. How's that? Okay, guys, I'm probably going to wrap this up for myself. So unless there are any other questions, I'll hang around a couple more minutes if there's some questions. Otherwise, I'm going to take off. I will put the main trading room link in the YouTube room. So if you guys want to head over, William will keep the room open till 4, he said. So there is the link for people in YouTube still. You can head over and listen or not listen. Nobody's talking and there's no more screen sharing, but there's still active posting. All right. I don't see any questions, so I think that's it for me today. Thanks a lot for all of the help. No, it's Michael Noss. It's not Chris on CNBC. It's Michael Noss. I'm going to tune in. Okay, guys. Again, thanks for all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow around 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys then. I'll stop the screen sharing. And muting myself now in the main room. And now for YouTubers, same thing. I'll be on the mic at around 9.